Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I used to be a forestry surveyor back in the 80s, working up in Vuntut National Park in Yukon, Canada. On paper, the job was simple: map the land, mark the trees, note the changes. But in practice, out there in the wilderness, it was anything but simple. The park stretched over 4,000 square kilometers, a vast expanse of dense forests, jagged ridges, and boggy lowlands that could swallow a person whole without leaving a trace. I'd been at it for nearly 15 years by that point, becoming intimately familiar with the terrain's moods and secrets. At 42, I was leaner than most men my age, hardened by years of solitary treks through some of North America's most unforgiving landscapes. What drew me to this work wasn't the pay, which was modest at best. It was the solitude, the profound silence that settled around you after days without human contact. The knowledge that for miles in every direction, you were utterly alone with your thoughts and the ancient trees. Some found this terrifying. I found it cleansing. In late September of 1985, I ventured deeper into the interior than I'd ever gone before. My supervisor had requested detailed surveys of an area that hadn't been properly documented since the 1960s. The nearest road was a 4-day hike away, and the ranger station was even further. My pack weighed nearly 60 pounds, loaded with enough supplies for 2 weeks. Dehydrated food, water purification tablets, mapping equipment, a first aid kit, and my camera. The first 3 days passed without incident. I woke each morning before dawn, broke camp, and hiked until dusk, stopping only to record measurements or photograph notable features. My journal entries from those days were methodical, precise, the observations of a man comfortable in his routine. Day 3, mapped eastern tributary of Caribou Creek. Elevation gain of approximately 210 meters over 3 kilometers. Evidence of beaver activity increasing. Weather clear. Temperature dropping to near freezing at night. I remember how the air smelled on that third evening. Crisp pine mingled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves. I built a small fire, heated my dinner, and fell asleep to the distant howling of wolves. It would be the last normal night I would experience for a very long time. The morning of the 4th day brought heavy fog that clung to the valleys and wound between trees like spectral fingers. I broke camp later than usual, waiting for visibility to improve. By mid-morning, the fog had thinned enough for me to continue northward, following a drainage line I needed to plot for the survey. The forest grew denser as I hiked, the spruce and pine closing in around me until branches scraped against my pack from both sides. I had to duck and weave through the undergrowth, my boots sinking into a carpet of moss and rotting vegetation that muffled my footsteps. Around noon, I noticed something strange ahead. The trees weren't standing right. They were tilted, leaning outward as if pushed by some powerful force. I stopped, adjusted my pack, and squinted through the branches. Beyond them was a clearing, a perfect circle punched into the forest canopy. Curiosity overrode caution. I pressed forward, my boots sinking slightly into the increasingly soft earth. As I reached the edge of the tree line, I froze. Everything within that circle, the trees, the shrubs, even the dirt itself, was bleached an ashy white. Not burned, not frosted, but drained of color. The trees stood like bone sculptures, their bark peeling in dry, powdery flakes. The ground crunched beneath my boots, brittle and desiccated. In 15 years of forestry work, I'd seen plenty. Fire scars, beetle kills, flood damage, the aftermath of bears tearing through campsites. This was different. This was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. I moved forward, drawn toward the center despite the growing unease in my gut. There, in the middle of it all, was a crater, small, perhaps 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep, little more than a shallow depression in the white earth. I stood over it, staring down. There was no meteorite, no rocks, no sign of what had made it, just an empty hole. The air was unnaturally still. No birds called, no insects buzzed, no wind rustled through the bleached remnants of foliage. The silence pressed against my eardrums until I could hear my own heartbeat. I felt watched, though I knew I was alone. Something about that spot made my skin tighten, like I was being observed by unseen, unfriendly eyes. I shifted my weight, the sound of my boots on the white soil jarringly loud in the silence. Despite my discomfort, professional habit took over. I needed to document this. I dropped my pack and pulled out my analog camera. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the lens cap, but I managed to line up several shots, wide angles of the blasted trees, panoramas of the white expanse, close-ups of the crater itself. The mechanical click of the shutter seemed to echo in the unnatural quiet. I took at least a dozen photographs, growing more unsettled with each exposure. This wasn't just another routine log entry. This was something my supervisors needed to see, something scientists would want to investigate. Once the roll of film was exhausted, I packed the camera away, slung my bag over my shoulder, and began the trek back, relieved to be leaving that place behind. The walk away from the white clearing was a long one. I'd planned to make camp that night and continue my survey the next day, but after encountering that strange sight, I wanted solid walls around me. I decided to push through, hiking all the way back to the ranger station if necessary. For the first 2 hours, everything seemed normal. There was just the usual ache in my shoulders from the weight of my pack and the familiar burn in my thighs from navigating the uneven terrain. Then the headache started. At first, it was just a dull throb behind my eyes. I attributed it to strain, maybe dehydration. So I stopped and drank deeply from my canteen. The water, usually refreshing, tasted flat and did nothing to ease the growing pressure in my skull. By the 3-hour mark, my stomach had joined the revolt. A nauseating twist that grew sharper with each step. Sweat poured down my face despite the cool afternoon air. My vision began to blur at the edges, objects doubling and swimming before me. When I reached the final ridge before the ranger station, I had to stop. Leaning against a tree, I tried to catch my breath. My heart raced too fast, pounding against my ribs like it wanted to escape. When I wiped my brow, my hand came away red. My nose was bleeding. Then the vomiting hit. It came without warning, a violent, convulsive heave that left me on all fours in the dirt. The contents of my stomach splattered against the forest floor, strangely dark and viscous. I spat, trying to clear the bitter taste from my mouth, and realized with growing horror that something was very wrong with me. I don't remember reaching the ranger station. Fragments remain, the crunch of gravel under my boots, the sudden glare of electric lights, a man's voice raised in alarm. The ranger on duty, I think his name was Howard, took one look at me and lunged for the radio. I caught phrases through the buzzing in my ears, medical emergency and immediate evacuation. I collapsed before he finished the call, my legs simply giving out beneath me. The floor rushed up to meet me, and I vomited again. Only this time, the liquid that spilled from my mouth was streaked with what looked like dark fibers. Howard rushed to my side, his face swimming in and out of focus above me. "What happened to you out there?" he asked, pressing a cool cloth to my forehead. I tried to tell him about the white clearing, the crater, the feeling of being watched. The words slurred together, making no sense even to my own ears. Then darkness swept in, and I remember nothing more. I woke to the rhythmic beeping of machines and the antiseptic smell of a hospital room. Harsh fluorescent lights burned my eyes when I tried to open them. An IV line snaked into my arm, the needle site sore and bruised. My throat felt raw, as if I'd been screaming. A nurse noticed I was conscious. She approached cautiously, her face partially hidden behind a surgical mask. "You're awake," she said, her voice professional but warm. "How are you feeling?" I tried to speak, but produced only a dry croak. She held a cup of water to my lips, and I sipped gratefully. The liquid stung going down. "What happened to me?" I managed after several attempts. "The doctor will explain," she replied, checking the monitors beside my bed. "He'll be in shortly." Time stretched bizarrely in that sterile room. Minutes seemed like hours as I drifted in and out of consciousness. When the doctor finally arrived, I was lucid enough to focus on his face, thin, serious, with steel-rimmed glasses that caught the light as he moved. "You gave everyone quite a scare," he said, consulting a clipboard. "The paramedics thought you might not make it." "How long have I been here?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears, hollow and distant. 3 days. You've been in and out." He pulled up a chair beside the bed. "What do you remember about what happened before you got sick?" I told him about the white clearing, the crater, the bleached trees. His expression didn't change, but he made notes on his clipboard. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "Your symptoms are consistent with acute toxic exposure," he explained. "Severe nausea, fever, neurological effects, bleeding from mucous membranes. We've ruled out common pathogens. No signs of viral or bacterial infection." "Then what caused it?" He hesitated. "Our working theory is some kind of environmental toxin, a fungal agent perhaps, or chemical contamination. The Federal Environmental Agency has been notified. They'll want to speak with you once you're stronger." "My camera," I said, suddenly remembering. "I took pictures. They'll show what I found. Your equipment is with your personal effects." He gestured to a cabinet across the room. "I'll have the nurse bring it to you later." He stood to leave, then paused. "One more thing. During your delirium, you kept talking about being watched. You said, 'They're in the trees, and they're listening.' Do you remember any of that?" I shook my head, a chill washing over me despite the hospital room's warmth. "Not unusual with high fevers," he assured me. "Rest now. We'll talk more tomorrow." After he left, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of my ordeal. I could recall the white clearing perfectly, but everything after leaving it was a jumble of confused images and sensations. One thought kept returning. What if it wasn't a toxin? What if it was something else entirely? Something the doctors couldn't identify because they didn't know to look for it. In the darkness of that hospital room, the thought seemed less ridiculous than it should have. I was discharged after 8 days, still weak but stable enough to leave. The doctors had found no permanent damage, though they warned me that some symptoms, fatigue, occasional headaches, vivid dreams, might persist for weeks or months. My first stop was the Forestry Service headquarters. I needed to report what I'd found and deliver the photographic evidence. I was anxious, but also eager. Those photos would validate my experience, prove that I hadn't imagined or hallucinated the white clearing. My supervisor, a stern woman named Jacobs, listened to my account without interruption. Her face remained impassive as I described the bleached circle, the empty crater, the unnatural silence. When I finished, she asked a few perfunctory questions about the exact location, then suggested we develop the film immediately. The technician took my camera into the darkroom. Jacobs and I waited in strained silence, she clearly skeptical, I increasingly nervous. After what seemed an eternity, the technician emerged with a stack of prints. My heart sank as he spread them across the table. Every shot of the impact site was nothing but a white, fuzzy blur, not overexposed, not underexposed, just a static mess of nothingness. The other photos from earlier in my trip were perfectly clear. Only those of the white clearing were ruined. "Could be light damage," the technician suggested, avoiding my eyes. "Or moisture got into the camera." Jacobs examined the blurred images, her expression hardening. "Well," she said finally, "these don't tell us much." "But I saw it," I insisted, hearing the desperation in my voice. "It was real. Something happened out there." "I'm not saying it didn't," she replied carefully. "But without evidence, there's not much we can do. You've been through a traumatic experience. Maybe once you've had some rest—" "I don't need rest," I interrupted. "I need someone to investigate that site. Something there made me sick." "The Environmental Agency found nothing unusual in your blood work," she reminded me. "Their official position is that you likely encountered a naturally occurring toxin, a mushroom perhaps, or plant sap that caused a severe allergic reaction." I stared at her, incredulous. "Then why did the photos turn out like this? Just these specific photos?" She sighed. "Technical glitch, bad film, coincidence. There are many possible explanations." The conversation ended there. Jacobs advised me to take 2 weeks of sick leave before returning to work. No one outright accused me of fabricating the story, but I felt the weight of their disbelief. In their eyes, I was a reliable surveyor who'd had a breakdown in the wilderness, an occupational hazard they'd seen before. Without proof, my words alone couldn't convince them. And each time I tried to explain how the timing didn't fit, how I'd been fine until after leaving the impact site, I could see them mentally filing my protestations under symptoms of trauma. Eventually, I stopped talking about it, not because I doubted what I'd seen, but because I realized no one would believe me without evidence. And the evidence somehow had been erased. I returned to work after 3 weeks, determined to put the incident behind me. I took assignments closer to headquarters, shorter trips that kept me within radio contact. My colleagues were supportive in that awkward way people treat someone they believe has suffered a psychological break. They spoke carefully around me, avoided certain topics, and exchanged glances when they thought I wasn't looking. For several months, I maintained the facade of recovery. I filed my reports, attended staff meetings, shared casual conversations in the break room. To all outward appearances, I had moved on from my wilderness episode, as one coworker tactfully called it. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't. The white clearing haunted my dreams and invaded my waking thoughts. I began keeping a private journal, recording every detail I could remember about the site, drawing maps and diagrams, trying to pinpoint its exact location. The official coordinates I'd logged that day led nowhere. The GPS data showed me in an unremarkable section of forest when I claimed to have discovered the crater. In the spring of 1986, I requested a return to deep forest surveys. Jacobs was reluctant but eventually agreed, perhaps believing that facing my fears would help me fully recover. I set out with a new camera, extra rolls of film, and a personal GPS unit I'd purchased with my own money. For 2 weeks, I followed my original route, comparing my current position to the maps I'd drawn from memory. The forest looked the same, endless stretches of spruce and pine, moss-covered ground, the occasional clearing created by fallen trees. Nothing white, nothing dead, nothing unusual. On the 10th day, as I was about to give up, I found something. Not the clearing itself, but a patch of forest where the trees grew at strange angles, leaning away from a central point as if repelled by something. The undergrowth was thinner here, the ground cover sparse. My heart racing, I pushed forward, certain I was approaching the white crater. The trees thinned further, and I glimpsed an open space ahead. But when I broke through into the clearing, disappointment crashed over me. It was just an ordinary meadow, lush with spring vegetation, wildflowers nodding in the gentle breeze. I searched the entire area, looking for any sign of the white desolation I remembered. Nothing. I took photos anyway, marking the location precisely in my journal. When the film was developed, the pictures showed exactly what I'd seen, a perfectly normal mountain meadow. Over the next year, I made 3 more attempts to locate the white clearing, each more desperate than the last. I searched increasingly remote areas, venturing into sections of the park rarely visited, even by experienced rangers. I found nothing. My obsession didn't go unnoticed. Jacobs called me into her office after my 4th failed expedition. "This has to stop," she said, her concern evident. "You're one of our best surveyors, but I'm worried about you. This fixation isn't healthy." I tried to explain that I needed answers, needed to understand what had happened to me. She listened patiently, then slid a business card across her desk. It belonged to a psychologist who specialized in trauma and stress disorders. "Just talk to him," she urged. "Please." I took the card but never made the appointment. No therapist would believe me either. Instead, I did what Jacobs wanted. I stopped searching, at least officially. Years passed. I remained with the Forestry Service, earning promotions and commendations for my work. The incident became a footnote in my personnel file, rarely mentioned and generally forgotten by everyone except me. I never stopped watching, though. Every trip into the backcountry, every survey, every hike became an opportunity to scan the horizon for that telltale white glow among the trees. I became known for my thorough documentation, my insistence on photographing even mundane features of the landscape. If my colleagues thought it odd, They attributed it to the perfectionism that had earned me professional respect. The physical effects of my illness lingered. Headaches came and went, especially during changes in the weather. Occasionally, I would wake drenched in sweat, fragments of disturbing dreams clinging to my consciousness, dreams of white trees and empty craters, and eyes watching from the shadows. In the fall of 1992, 7 years after my encounter, a new surveyor joined our team, a young woman fresh from forestry school, eager and idealistic. During her orientation hike, as we cataloged tree species in a remote valley, she suddenly stopped and pointed to a stand of pines on a distant ridge. "What's that white patch up there?" she asked. I followed her gaze, blood rushing in my ears. There, barely visible through the trees, was a splash of pale color that didn't belong in the autumn forest. I started toward it immediately, ignoring her confused questions, my heart hammering against my ribs. We never reached it. A storm moved in with unexpected speed, forcing us to abandon the hike and return to base. By the time weather conditions improved 3 days later, I couldn't find the white patch again, no matter how carefully I searched the area. The new surveyor, confused by my intensity, eventually decided she must have been mistaken. Perhaps it was just an unusual rock formation catching the light in a particular way, but I knew better. It had been there, and then it wasn't, just like before. That incident rekindled my determination. I began researching similar phenomena, spending evenings in the university library in Whitehorse, poring over scientific journals and environmental reports. I learned about fungal infections that could bleach vegetation, about soil contamination from industrial chemicals, about the effects of radiation on plant life. None quite matched what I had seen, but they gave me a vocabulary to frame my experience in more credible terms. I wrote to researchers at environmental agencies describing unusual vegetation discoloration I'd observed in the park. Most ignored me. Those who responded suggested mundane explanations: alkaline soil deposits, localized frost damage, even droppings from migratory birds that could temporarily change soil chemistry. In 1994, I came across a newspaper article about unexplained dead zones discovered in remote forests in Oregon. The description, circular areas where vegetation had died and turned white, matched my experience so closely that my hands shook as I read. I contacted the journalist immediately, but by the time she responded weeks later, the story had developed. The dead zones had been conclusively linked to illegal chemical dumping by a logging company. Mystery solved. Case closed. Except I knew that no one had been dumping chemicals in the heart of Vuntut National Park, hundreds of miles from the nearest road. I retired from the Forestry Service in 2001 at age 58. My knees couldn't handle the rigorous hikes anymore, and the younger surveyors had technology I barely understood: satellite imagery, digital mapping systems, handheld computers that made my methods seem like ancient history. I bought a small house outside Whitehorse, close enough to civilization for convenience, but far enough into the woods to satisfy my need for solitude. My days fell into a quiet rhythm: morning coffee on the porch, afternoons tending my garden or fishing in the nearby creek, evenings with books or the occasional visitor from my forestry days. The nightmares grew less frequent as the years passed. The headaches subsided. I began to wonder if perhaps Jacobs and the doctors had been right all along. Maybe I had stumbled upon some natural toxin that affected both my health and my perception. Maybe the white clearing had been a hallucination, a waking dream produced by a fevered mind. Then the letters started arriving. The first came in the winter of 2005, a plain envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing a brief typewritten message. "I found your white circle, northern Saskatchewan, same sickness afterward. Did your photos blur too?" I stared at those words for a long time, my hands trembling. There was a phone number at the bottom. I dialed it immediately, but it had been disconnected. Over the next 3 years, 4 more letters arrived, each from a different person, each describing an encounter eerily similar to mine. A hunter in British Columbia, a geologist in the Northwest Territories, a pilot who spotted a white circle from the air while flying over remote parts of Alaska, a hiker in Montana. All described the same features: the perfect circle of white vegetation, the small crater at the center, the unnatural silence, All reported becoming violently ill afterward. All mentioned photographs that somehow failed to capture what they had seen, coming out blurred, overexposed, or containing nothing but static. I created a map, marking each reported location with a red pin. When I connected the points, they formed no recognizable pattern. The circles appeared randomly distributed across the northwestern part of the continent with hundreds of miles between them. In 2010, I received a different kind of letter. This one from a physicist at a university in Vancouver. He had been forwarded my correspondence by the geologist who had written to me earlier. His message was brief and cautious, but it sent a chill through me. The phenomena you describe bears certain similarities to theoretical models of localized space-time anomalies. I would be interested in discussing your observations in greater detail, particularly the effect on photographic equipment and the subsequent illness you experienced. Please contact me at your earliest convenience. I never responded. Not because I wasn't intrigued, but because at 72, I had finally found a measure of peace. The white clearing had dominated my thoughts for decades. I had sacrificed relationships, opportunities, and countless hours to my obsession with understanding what had happened to me that day in the forest. And what had it brought me? More questions, more uncertainty, more sleepless nights. Sometimes I think mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. I still have those blurry photographs stored in an envelope in my desk drawer. Occasionally, I take them out and examine them, searching for any detail I might have missed, any clue hidden in the white static. There's never anything new to see, yet I keep looking. My hands shake worse now than they did back then. My knees protest loudly when I climb the stairs to my bedroom. But my mind remains clear, and the memory of that day in 1985 has not faded in the slightest. Was it radiation from some secret government test? A natural phenomenon science has yet to explain? Something else entirely? Something beyond our current understanding of the world? I don't know. I probably never will. But I'm certain of one thing. If I ever see that white glow between the trees again, I'm walking straight the other way. It was nearly 25 years ago that this happened. Time has dulled some of the memories, but others remain as vivid as if they occurred yesterday. I've documented this account because I believe the statute of limitations has long expired on any related legal matters, and I doubt anyone remains in danger. My family owned a secluded property adjacent to DeCarson National Forest in northern New Mexico, a parcel that had been passed down through generations. Both my sister Abigail and I spent our formative summers there, escaping the oppressive heat of our primary residence in southern Texas. The property itself was unremarkable, a modest two-bedroom cabin with weathered cedar siding and a stone foundation that had withstood decades of seasonal changes. What made it special was its location, perched at an elevation of 8,700 feet, surrounded by towering ponderosa pines and aspen groves that shimmered like liquid silver when the wind passed through them. The air was different there, crisp, thin, and perfumed with pine resin and wild sage. After months in the dusty, parched environment of our ranch, that first breath of mountain air was like drinking cool water after a long drought. Our father, William, had served in the Special Forces before returning to civilian life as a rancher. Having two daughters hadn't softened his approach to child rearing. In fact, it seemed to intensify his desire to impart survival skills. By age 12, I could field dress a deer, navigate by stars, build 3 different types of emergency shelters, and handle firearms with competent precision. Abigail, 4 years my junior, learned these same skills even earlier under my father's watchful eye. "The world won't cut you any slack for being female," he would say during our training sessions. "If anything, it means you need to be twice as prepared, twice as vigilant." At the time, his intensity sometimes felt excessive, borderline paranoid, but later events would prove his foresight disturbingly accurate. Those summers blended together in my memory. Countless hikes up rocky switchbacks, identifying edible plants, tracking deer through dense underbrush, and sleeping under brilliant, undiluted starlight. Even as teenagers, when many of our peers had begun to discover the allure of shopping malls and social gatherings, Abigail and I remained enthralled by the wilderness. It was our playground, our classroom, and occasionally our sanctuary. The events I'm about to describe occurred during the summer of 2000 when I was 21 and home from my junior year at the University of Arizona. Abigail was 17, restless with the particular energy of late adolescence. Our father remained at the ranch that summer, overwhelmed with work demands, and promising to join us later when circumstances allowed. We drove up to the cabin with our mother, Joanna, an artist who found endless inspiration in the changing light on the mountains. The first 2 weeks passed uneventfully. Abigail and I explored familiar trails while our mother set up her easel on the cabin's wide porch or ventured into the nearby town to sketch local characters at the coffee shop. We fell into a comfortable routine. Mornings spent helping with cabin maintenance, afternoons dedicated to exploration, evenings passing in comfortable silence around the stone fireplace as we read, played cards, or listened to the portable radio that sporadically caught signals from distant stations. I remember noticing changes in the forest that year, subtle deviations from the patterns I'd observed in previous summers. The wildlife seemed more scarce, the birdsong less frequent. Locals in town mentioned unusual animal behaviors. Deer appearing unnaturally thin despite abundant vegetation. Coyotes venturing closer to residential areas despite the season. Their explanations varied from drought conditions to increased tourism, disrupting natural patterns. None suspected the far more disturbing reality that lurked in the forest's depths. On the morning of June 28th, Abigail proposed hiking to Lost Lake, a remote alpine lake that had always been one of our favorite destinations. The weather forecast promised clear skies and moderate temperatures. Our mother, engrossed in a painting series, waved us off with her usual admonition to be back before dark. We packed our day packs with the practiced efficiency of seasoned hikers, water purification tablets, first aid supplies, high-calorie snacks, emergency blankets, topographical maps, compasses, and the lightweight hammocks we'd recently purchased. As we stepped off the cabin porch, I experienced a sudden, inexplicable hesitation, a momentary resistance that felt almost physical, as if the air itself had thickened to impede our progress. I dismissed it as nothing more than a random synapse firing in my brain. Now, with the clarity of hindsight, I recognize it as the first whisper of warning, a primal instinct attempting to override my rational mind. "Ready?" Abigail asked, adjusting her pack straps. I nodded, pushing away the unease. "Always." We set off down the dirt driveway, unaware that within hours our perception of the forest, and perhaps of human nature itself, would be irrevocably altered. We began our hike at approximately 8 in the morning, allowing ample time to reach Lost Lake, enjoy a leisurely lunch, and return before evening. The trailhead started only a quarter mile from our cabin, where a weathered wooden sign marked the boundary between private land and national forest. Abigail led the way, her strawberry blonde hair gathered in a practical braid, her stride confident on the familiar path. The initial segment of the trail meandered through a dense mixed forest of spruce, fir, and aspen. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns on the needle-covered ground. We maintained a steady pace, our conversation flowing easily between topics. Her upcoming senior year, my summer internship plans, speculation about when our father might join us at the cabin. "Do you ever wonder what it would be like to grow up normally?" Abigail asked after a brief lull. "You know, with mall trips and silly crushes instead of learning how to fashion fishhooks from safety pins?" I laughed. "Probably boring. Besides, how many of those normal girls could survive a week out here?" She smiled, but something in her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "True, but sometimes I feel like we miss something, like we're prepared for disasters that will never happen." How eerily prescient her words would prove to be. About 2 miles in, the trail began its ascent in earnest, switchbacking up the eastern slope of the mountain that cradled Lost Lake in its northern basin. The vegetation thinned as we gained elevation, opening spectacular vistas of the valley below. We paused occasionally to catch our breath and drink from our water bottles. During one such break, I noticed unusual markings on a large ponderosa pine, 3 parallel gouges in the bark, approximately 6 feet from the ground. "Bear markings?" Abigail suggested, tracing her fingers along the indentations. I frowned, studying the pattern. "Maybe. but they seemed too uniform, too deliberate. I took a step back, surveying the surrounding trees. Several others bore similar markings, creating what appeared to be a directional pattern leading deeper into the forest, away from the trail. "Someone marking a route?" Abigail offered. "Possibly." I snapped a few photos with my disposable camera, more out of curiosity than concern. We continued our ascent, the marked trees fading from both sight and mind as the trail demanded our full attention. As we approached the junction where the trail split, one fork continuing to Middle Fork Lake, the other ascending to Lost Lake, we encountered a trio of hikers making their descent. They were middle-aged men with expensive gear and the ruddy complexions of weekend warriors. We exchanged brief pleasantries, mentioning our destination. "Lost Lake?" The tallest of the three frowned slightly. "Might want to reconsider. We passed 2 rangers up there yesterday who mentioned they'd found some unusual animal remains. Could be nothing, but they seemed concerned enough to document it." His companion nodded. "They were collecting samples, taking photographs. One mentioned something about ritualistic positioning. Probably just some kids messing around, but still." The third man laughed. "Or it's the Jersey Devil on vacation. Heard he likes the Southwest this time of year." We thanked them for the information, assuring them we'd be cautious. After they continued down the trail, Abigail turned to me. "Should we turn back?" Her voice carried no fear, only pragmatic consideration. I hesitated, weighing the warning against our anticipation of reaching the lake. "Let's continue, but stay extra alert. If we see anything concerning, we'll head back immediately." She nodded, and we proceeded toward the Lost Lake Junction. The trail narrowed here, forcing us to walk single file. I took the lead now, instinctively placing myself between potential threats and my younger sister. The forest had grown quieter, I realized. No chattering squirrels, no birdsong. Even the wind seemed to have stilled, leaving us in a pocket of unnatural silence. "Do you notice that?" I whispered. "The quiet? Yeah, weird." We continued in silence, our senses heightened. The trail steepened dramatically for the final mile, requiring careful footing on loose scree and exposed roots. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool mountain air. Each step felt somehow significant, as if we were no longer simply hiking, but crossing a threshold into unfamiliar territory. Near the summit of the ridge, I paused to catch my breath and turned to check on Abigail. She stood several paces behind me, her gaze fixed on something in the forest to our right. "What is it?" I asked, moving back to join her. She pointed wordlessly. Partially obscured by underbrush about 30 yards from the trail hung what appeared to be fabric, torn, muddied clothing suspended from low branches at unnatural angles, too dispersed to be abandoned gear, too deliberately positioned to be mere debris carried by wind or animals. "Should we check it out?" Abigail whispered. I felt an instinctive revulsion. "No. Whatever it is, it's not our concern." We pressed onward with renewed urgency, cresting the ridge 20 minutes later. Below us, nestled in a natural cirque formed by ancient glacial movement, lay Lost Lake, a heart-shaped body of water approximately 3 acres in size. Its emerald green surface reflected the surrounding peaks with mirror-like precision. Under different circumstances, the view would have inspired awe. That day, it triggered an almost overwhelming desire to retreat. "We've come this far," Abigail said, reading my expression. "Let's at least eat lunch before heading back." I nodded, unable to articulate the formless dread building within me. We descended the final half-mile to the lakeshore in silence, each lost in private thoughts, neither willing to give voice to the unease that had settled over us like a physical weight. Lost Lake earned its name from both its remote location and the difficulty early cartographers had in consistently locating it on maps. Nestled in a recessed basin and surrounded by dense conifer forest, it remained hidden from view until hikers were practically at its shore. The lake's distinctive heart shape was only visible from certain vantage points on the ridge above, a geological valentine carved by ancient forces. We reached the shoreline just after noon. The lake's surface lay perfectly still, unruffled by wind or wildlife. No fish jumped, no insects skimmed across its mirrored face. The surrounding forest maintained its unsettling silence. We found a sunlit clearing near the water's edge and shrugged off our packs. "I'll set up the hammocks," Abigail offered, extracting the bundled nylon and cord from her backpack. I nodded, unpacking our lunch of jerky, dried fruit, and granola bars. Despite the physical exertion of the hike, I found my appetite diminished by the persistent sense of wrongness that permeated the area. The sunlight seemed too harsh, the shadows too deep, the silence too absolute. "Do you think we're alone up here?" Abigail asked, securing her hammock between two sturdy lodgepole pines. I scanned the visible shoreline and adjacent forest. "Probably. Those hikers we met were heading down, and they said the rangers were here yesterday." "Then why does it feel like we're being watched?" I couldn't answer because I felt it too, the prickling awareness of unseen observation. We ate quickly, our conversation sparse and artificially casual. Afterward, against my better judgment, I suggested we explore the lakeshore before heading back. "I thought you were getting weird vibes," Abigail said, raising an eyebrow. "I am," I admitted. "But we hiked all this way. Might as well complete the circuit before leaving." We packed our hammocks and began walking the lake's perimeter counterclockwise. The narrow trail occasionally disappeared beneath fallen trees or rocky outcroppings, forcing us to improvise detours. About halfway around, Abigail stopped abruptly, her head lifted like a deer scenting danger. "Do you smell that?" she asked, her voice tight. I inhaled deeply and immediately regretted it. The odor was unmistakable to anyone who had ever field-dressed game, the metallic tang of fresh blood, the sickly sweet undertone of exposed viscera, the beginning notes of decomposition. "Dead animal," I confirmed. "Recently killed." Abigail's expression wavered between curiosity and revulsion. "Should we check it out?" Every instinct screamed against it, but my rational mind argued that identifying the source might dispel some of the unease that had plagued us since arriving. "Carefully," I conceded, "but we stay together, and we leave at the first sign of anything unusual." We followed the strengthening scent into the tree line, moving deliberately and making more noise than necessary, both to alert any wildlife to our presence and to fortify ourselves against the growing dread. Approximately 50 yards from the shore, in a small clearing ringed by dense spruce, we found the source. The deer, a young doe, lay splayed on her side, her abdomen brutally excavated. But it wasn't the kill itself that froze us in place. It was the methodical arrangement surrounding it. The animal's internal organs had been removed and positioned in a perfect circle around the carcass. Between each organ lay small stacks of rocks, 3 stones per stack, the smallest at the bottom, the largest at the top. The deer's eyes remained open, glassy orbs reflecting the forest canopy above. "This isn't a predator kill," Abigail whispered, her voice barely audible. "This is human," I finished, my throat constricting around the word. We stood transfixed by the grotesque display, unable to retreat yet unwilling to approach. The precision of the arrangement suggested purpose beyond mere sadism, a ritual or ceremony whose meaning remained obscure, but whose malevolence seemed undeniable. Movement at the clearing's edge shattered our paralysis. A figure emerged from between 2 closely spaced trees, stepping into partial sunlight. My initial impression was of wrongness, a human form somehow misaligned with normal proportions. The man, and it was a man, though his humanity seemed compromised by his appearance, stood approximately 6 feet tall, his bare torso and arms completely coated in what could only be the deer's blood. He wore what appeared to be tattered hiking shorts, the fabric darkened with grime and dried fluids. His hair hung in matted clumps, indeterminate in color beneath layers of dirt and blood. But it was his eyes that captured and held my attention, wide, unblinking, and filled with an awareness that seemed simultaneously vacant and hyper-focused. He made no sound, no movement beyond his initial appearance. He simply stood, partially concealed by shadow, staring at us with those terrible, cognizant eyes. Beside me, I felt Abigail trembling, her breath coming in shallow gasps that threatened to escalate into hyperventilation. My father's training activated on an almost cellular level: assess threat, establish control, create advantage. "Hey there," I called, my voice surprisingly steady. "That's quite a kill you've got. Bow hunting?" The absurdity of small talk in this context wasn't lost on me, but normalization often diffuses tension. The blood-covered man remained motionless, offering no response. His stare intensified, focusing particularly on me with unsettling intensity. I placed my hand deliberately on the hunting knife sheathed at my hip, not drawing it, but ensuring he registered its presence. "We're just passing through," I continued, maintaining eye contact. "Don't mean to interrupt your work." Still no response. No blink, no shift in posture. If not for the almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest, he might have been a crimson statue erected in the forest as some grim warning. Slowly, maintaining a casual appearance that belied my racing heart, I reached behind me to grasp Abigail's wrist. "We'll leave you to it," I said, beginning to step backward, pulling my sister with me. "Good hunting." As we retreated, the man's head rotated slightly to track our movement, but his body remained frozen in place. We backed away until trees blocked our view of the clearing, then turned and moved quickly toward the lakeshore, neither of us speaking until we reached open ground. "What the actual hell was that?" Abigail hissed, her face drained of color. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we're leaving. Now." We abandoned any pretense of casual exploration and set off around the lake at a pace just short of running, repeatedly checking behind us. I kept my hand on my knife, prepared to draw it at the first sign of pursuit. We reached our original starting point in record time and immediately began ascending the trail that would take us back to the main path and eventual safety. Only when we crested the ridge did I allow myself to believe we might have escaped whatever aberration we had encountered in those blood-soaked woods. How profoundly wrong that assumption would prove. The descent from Lost Lake began in brittle silence, our footfalls on the rocky trail unnaturally loud in the stillness. We moved quickly but carefully, neither wanting to risk injury that would slow our retreat. Abigail took the lead, her auburn braid swinging with each determined stride. I followed close behind, stopping frequently to look and listen for signs of pursuit. "Do you think he's following us?" Abigail finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "But let's assume yes and keep moving." We reached the junction where the Lost Lake Trail merged with the wider, more frequently traveled path to Middle Fork Lake. Here, the forest opened slightly, allowing dappled sunlight to penetrate the canopy. Under normal circumstances, we might have paused to adjust our packs or drink water. Instead, we pressed onward, our only concession to fatigue being a slight reduction in pace. "What was he doing with that deer?" Abigail asked after several minutes of silence. "That wasn't hunting. That was some kind of ritual," I finished when she trailed off. "Maybe he's mentally ill living out here. Or perhaps he belongs to some fringe group that practices wilderness ceremonies." Neither explanation satisfied me, but articulating possibilities helped maintain a veneer of rationality over an experience that defied conventional understanding. We had covered perhaps a mile from the junction when the first projectile struck the ground near my foot, a small, jagged rock that skittered across the trail. I stopped, scanning the forest on both sides. The dense undergrowth and layered tree trunks created perfect concealment for anyone wishing to remain hidden while observing the trail. "What is it?" Abigail asked, turning back toward me. A second rock landed between us, this one larger and thrown with greater force. "Move," I ordered, pushing her forward. "Quickly." More rocks followed, most missing but a few striking our backs and shoulders with stinging precision. We increased our pace to a controlled jog, awkward with our loaded packs but faster than walking. The physical impacts were minor, annoying rather than dangerous, but their psychological effect was profound. Someone was deliberately targeting us, herding us down the trail like livestock. The rocks stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The ensuing silence felt more threatening than the assault had been. We maintained our accelerated pace, listening intently for any sound that might reveal our pursuer's position. What came instead chilled my blood more effectively than any physical danger could have. It began as a low, guttural sound, not quite human, not fully animal. A growling that evolved into something like barking, but with deliberate modulation that suggested attempted speech, I recognized the vocalization as human-generated but deliberately distorted to mimic animal sounds. The effect was uncanny and deeply unsettling. "Is he growling at us?" Abigail gasped, her face contorted with disbelief. "Ignore it," I instructed, though my own skin crawled at the unnatural sounds. "Eyes forward. Keep moving." The growling and barking continued, sometimes directly behind us, sometimes paralleling our course through the forest. Occasionally, the sounds would cease entirely, only to resume from an unexpected direction. The spatial disorientation was clearly intentional, designed to maximize our distress and confusion. I maintained periodic visual sweeps of our surroundings, but never caught more than fleeting glimpses of movement, a shadow shifting unnaturally, foliage disturbed without visible cause, the sense of a presence just at the periphery of vision. Our pursuer had become more concept than corporeal being, an omnipresent threat that could materialize anywhere, at any moment. As we neared the 4-mile marker, where the trail widened considerably as it approached the ranger station area, the pursuit seemed to abate. The unnatural vocalizations faded, then stopped entirely. We continued for another quarter-mile at our accelerated pace before I signaled Abigail to pause. We stood in the middle of the trail, backs together, scanning in opposite directions. "I think he's gone," Abigail said after several minutes of silence. "Maybe," I conceded, though I remained unconvinced. "But we keep moving quickly until we reach the trailhead." We resumed our pace, now motivated more by the desire to put distance between ourselves and the experience than by immediate fear. Only when we reached the final half-mile, where weekend hikers and day trippers frequently gathered, did I feel the constriction in my chest begin to ease. The parking area came into view, a graveled clearing with several vehicles present, including a Forest Service truck. Normal, civilized life had never appeared so beautiful. We slowed to a walk, conscious of our disheveled appearance and wild-eyed expressions. A park ranger stood by his truck, checking something on a clipboard. He looked up as we approached, his experienced gaze immediately registering our distress. "You two okay?" he asked, setting down his clipboard. I hesitated, suddenly uncertain how to articulate our experience without sounding hysterical or delusional. "We encountered someone at Lost Lake," I began carefully. "A man who had killed a deer and arranged its organs in some kind of ritual display." The ranger's expression shifted from polite concern to focused alertness. "This man, was he covered in blood, minimally clothed?" Abigail nodded, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "You know him?" "Not personally," the ranger replied grimly. "But we've had reports. 3 in the past month, all in the Lost Lake area. Did he attempt to communicate with you?" "No," I said, "but he followed us on the trail, threw rocks, made animal noises." The ranger reached for his radio. "I need to report this. Would you be willing to provide a statement? It would help us build a case for additional patrols in that sector." We agreed, spending the next hour recounting our experience in clinical detail. The ranger, whose name badge identified him as Supervisor Andrews, took copious notes and asked detailed questions about the man's appearance, the arrangement of the deer organs, and the exact locations of our encounters. He explained that they suspected the individual was living in the backcountry, possibly in caves or improvised shelters near the higher lakes. "We've found several abandoned campsites," he said. "Evidence of prolonged occupation, fire pits, food caches, even crude tools fashioned from bone and stone. But he moves frequently, and the terrain makes it challenging to track him." "Is he dangerous?" Abigail asked the question that had dominated my thoughts since our encounter. Andrews hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "We haven't had reports of direct attacks on humans, but his behavior is unpredictable, clearly disturbed. I'd classify him as potentially dangerous, especially if cornered or provoked." He offered to drive us back to our cabin, but I declined, knowing the short walk would help process the adrenaline still coursing through our systems. Before we left, Andrews provided his direct number and extracted a promise that we would stay away from the Lost Lake Trail for the remainder of our stay. The walk home passed in exhausted silence, each of us retreating into private thoughts. The forest that had always represented sanctuary now felt compromised, infused with a malevolence that no amount of ranger patrols could entirely dispel. As our cabin came into view, I experienced a surge of relief so intense it bordered on pain, the visceral gratitude of prey returning to its den after a narrow escape. Our mother met us on the porch, alerted to our distress by expressions we couldn't conceal. We recounted the day's events again, this time allowing the fear and bewilderment we'd suppressed to color our narrative. She listened without interruption, her artist's eye noting details we hadn't consciously registered, the precise arrangement of the stone stacks, the unnatural stillness of the lake, the deliberate patterning of rocks thrown to hurt rather than harm. As darkness descended, we secured the cabin with unusual thoroughness, checking window locks, drawing curtains, positioning furniture against the front and back doors. These precautions were likely unnecessary given our distance from Lost Lake, but they provided psychological comfort that logic alone couldn't supply. That night, lying in my familiar bed, I strained to distinguish normal forest sounds from potential threats. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves carried new significance. When sleep finally claimed me near dawn, it brought dreams of pursuit through endless forest corridors, a blood-covered figure always just beyond clear sight, the sound of inhuman barking echoing through ancient trees. Morning arrived with deceptive normality, sunlight streaming through cabin windows, the comforting aroma of coffee brewing in the kitchen, birds resuming their territorial songs outside. For a brief, disoriented moment upon waking, I wondered if the previous day's events had been merely an elaborate nightmare. The lingering muscle soreness from our frantic descent and the haunted expression in Abigail's eyes quickly dispelled that comforting notion. Our mother had already contacted our father, relating our experience in sufficient detail to prompt his immediate departure from the ranch. He would arrive by evening, bringing with him the reassuring certainty that had defined our childhood, his unshakable belief that any situation, however dire, could be managed with proper preparation and decisive action. After a subdued breakfast, our mother insisted we contact the local sheriff's office to file an official report. The responding deputy, a woman named Rivera with shrewd eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, arrived within the hour. She recorded our statements with professional detachment, occasionally interjecting questions that revealed her familiarity with both the forest's geography and similar incidents. "We've had reports from this area dating back decades," she explained, closing her notebook after we'd finished. "Most are dismissed as encounters with wildlife or overactive imaginations. Others—" She paused, weighing her next words carefully. "Others align consistently with what you've described." "You mean this has happened before?" Abigail asked. "The ritual arrangements, the pursuit?" Deputy Rivera nodded. "The National Forest contains over 200,000 acres of largely unmapped wilderness, perfect territory for someone wanting to disappear from society. We've documented at least 3 individuals living off-grid in these mountains over the past 30 years, each exhibiting behavior that could be classified as ritualistic or delusional." "And you never apprehended them?" I couldn't keep the accusation from my voice. 2 were eventually found, one dead from exposure, another voluntarily emerged after 5 years and was institutionalized. She met my gaze directly. "The third remains active, based on periodic reports like yours. We coordinate with Forest Service rangers, but their resources are stretched thin, and the constitutional grounds for apprehending someone simply living in the wilderness are complex." After Deputy Rivera departed, promising increased patrols near our property, we found ourselves at loose ends, unwilling to venture back into the forest, but equally resistant to remaining housebound by fear. Our mother suggested driving into town for lunch and supplies, an outing that would occupy several hours and provide a welcome change of scenery. The town of Carson Springs consisted of a single main street lined with businesses catering primarily to tourists and seasonal residents. A general store, hardware supplier, 2 restaurants, various gift shops, and a small medical clinic. We parked near the diner, a local institution known for enormous portions and waitresses who called everyone honey, regardless of age or gender. The lunch crowd had thinned by our arrival, allowing us a booth by the window overlooking the street. Our mother excused herself to visit the restroom, leaving Abigail and me to study laminated menus featuring dishes named after local landmarks and historical figures. "How are you holding up?" I asked, noticing the shadowed circles beneath my sister's eyes. She shrugged, attempting nonchalance that her tense posture belied. Fine. It was scary, but we're safe now. Her fingers traced the condensation on her water glass. Do you think he really followed us the whole way back, or were we just paranoid after seeing him? He followed us, I said with certainty. Those sounds weren't natural, and the rocks were deliberately thrown. But why? If he wanted to hurt us, he had opportunities. I considered this. Maybe hurting wasn't the goal. Maybe it was about establishing territory, or simply the pleasure of inducing fear. Our conversation paused as our waitress approached. A woman in her 60s with bleached blonde hair and reading glasses suspended from a beaded chain around her neck. She took our orders efficiently, then hesitated, studying our faces with unexpected intensity. "You two staying up at the Carson Ridge property?" she asked. Surprised, I nodded. "How did you know?" "Recognized the family resemblance. Your folks been coming here for years." She lowered her voice slightly. "Heard you had some trouble up near Lost Lake yesterday." News traveled with remarkable efficiency in small towns. "Word gets around fast," I observed. "Community looks out for its own," she replied. "Special place up there, Lost Lake. Some say too special." Her expression grew distant. "My brother-in-law worked search and rescue back in '84 when they found those hikers' belongings scattered all around that lake. No bodies ever recovered, just their gear laid out in patterns." Abigail leaned forward. "What kind of patterns?" The waitress glanced around as if concerned about being overheard. "Circles mostly, personal items arranged around central points, like offerings." She tapped the table twice with her pen. "Fork'll be up with your food shortly," she added in her normal volume, then moved to another table. Abigail and I exchanged glances, the implication hanging unspoken between us. Our encounter represented not an isolated incident, but another link in a chain of disturbing events stretching back decades. Our mother returned, and we ate with minimal conversation, each absorbed in private thoughts. Afterward, we visited the general store for supplies, additional locks for the cabin windows, high-powered flashlights, and an air horn that might serve as both alarm and deterrent. At the checkout counter, the elderly proprietor raised an eyebrow at our selections. "Expecting trouble up at your place?" "Just being cautious," our mother replied smoothly. "William's joining us tonight, but until then, we thought some extra security might be prudent." The man nodded sagely. "Smart, especially after what your girls saw up at Lost Lake." He leaned over the counter, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Been stories about that area since before my time. Old man Hayward claimed he saw something similar back in the '50s, said he found arrangements of animal parts and stones laid out in patterns. Nobody believed him until 3 separate hunting parties reported the same thing." "And no one ever identified who was responsible?" I asked. The storekeeper shrugged. Forest Service blamed it on transient individuals. Local theory was more specific. He tapped the side of his head significantly. "Vietnam veteran gone bush," they said. "Went into those mountains in '72 and never really came back to civilization. Just his body returned, not his mind." I considered mentioning that the timeline wouldn't align with our recent encounter, but decided against it. Local folklore often compressed or expanded time to accommodate narrative convenience. By mid-afternoon, we had returned to the cabin, our vehicle loaded with supplies that reflected our heightened awareness of vulnerability. Our mother busied herself with practical tasks, checking phone lines, testing new locks, establishing protocols for nighttime bathroom visits that wouldn't leave anyone alone and exposed. Abigail retreated to the porch swing with a book she made no pretense of reading, her gaze repeatedly drawn to the forest edge visible through the clearing. I found myself restless, moving from window to window, scanning the tree line with a vigilance that bordered on obsession. The distinctive sound of tires on gravel announced our father's arrival shortly before sunset. His truck kicked up dust as it rounded the final bend in the driveway, the familiar sight of his silhouette behind the wheel triggering an almost physical wave of relief. He emerged from the vehicle with the contained energy that characterized his movements, deliberate, economical, never wasted. The family reunion was brief and focused. After cursory embraces, our father requested a comprehensive account of the previous day's events. We sat at the kitchen table, retracing our experience with as much detail as we could recall. He interrupted occasionally with clarifying questions, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Show me your route on the map," he directed when we'd finished. I spread the topographical survey of the DeCarson Forest on the table, tracing our path with my finger. We encountered him here, at Lost Lake. The pursuit continued along this section of trail until approximately here, where it joins the main path. Our father studied the map intently, occasionally marking locations with a pencil. When he finally looked up, his expression had shifted from concern to resolution. "First thing tomorrow, I'm going up there with Jack and Eduardo from the ranger station. We'll conduct a proper search of that area." His tone brooked no argument. "Meanwhile, none of you leaves this property until we return. Keep doors locked, curtains drawn after dark. If anything seems unusual, call both the rangers and the sheriff immediately." That night, our father performed a methodical inspection of the cabin's perimeter, checking sight lines, potential approach vectors, and defensive positions with the thoroughness of his military training. He established watch rotations, insisting that someone remain awake and alert throughout the night. Despite our mother's protests about overreaction, he remained adamant. "This isn't about the girls being frightened by a hermit," he explained, his voice quiet but firm. "The behavior they described, the ritual arrangement, the sustained pursuit, the mimicry, these are predatory patterns, calculated to instill maximum fear while assessing potential vulnerability." My shift came from midnight until 2 a.m. I sat by the living room window, a shotgun resting across my lap, watching moonlight transform familiar landscape into an alien topography of deepened shadows and silvered highlights. The forest beyond our clearing seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness, not merely containing threat but embodying it. Nothing approached the cabin that night, yet sleep remained elusive even after my watch ended. I lay awake until dawn's first light, listening to the house's familiar creaks and settling sounds with newfound suspicion, wondering how something as fundamental as our relationship with the surrounding wilderness could be so irrevocably altered by a single encounter. Dawn arrived with oppressive stillness. No breeze stirred the pines, no birds announced the new day. Even insects seemed to have abandoned their usual morning chorus. The unnatural silence pressed against the cabin windows like a physical presence, as if the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. Our father had been awake for hours, methodically checking and loading various firearms, arranging equipment in his pack with military precision. He'd made several calls since first light, coordinating with ranger personnel and local law enforcement. By 7 a.m., vehicles began arriving: 2 Forest Service trucks, a Sheriff's Department SUV, and a battered pickup belonging to Eduardo Vasquez, a local hunting guide renowned for his tracking abilities. The assembled search party gathered in our front yard, 8 men equipped with radios, GPS units, sidearms, and expressions that ranged from professional detachment to barely concealed excitement. Our father introduced us to those we hadn't previously met, then requested that Abigail and I provide additional details about our encounter. "The arrangement of organs?" Eduardo asked, his weathered face intent. "You said they formed a circle around the carcass. Was it complete, or were there gaps?" An oddly specific question, but I answered truthfully. "Complete. The entire circumference was covered with parts." He exchanged glances with Jack Thornton, the senior ranger. "And the stone stacks, all identical in size and shape?" Abigail nodded. 3 stones each, small on bottom, medium in middle, large on top. Eduardo exhaled slowly, his expression troubled. "Consistent with the Carson Ridge incidents in 97, 03, and 12, same signature." "Then we're dealing with the same individual," our father concluded, "not a copycat or coincidence." "If it's the same person," Sheriff's Deputy Williams interjected, "he's been living out there for nearly 30 years. That's extraordinary survival for someone presumably without supplies or modern equipment." "Or there's more than one," Jack suggested. "A group with shared practices, perhaps passing knowledge to new members over time." The implications of organized, long-term presence in the forest sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. I'd always viewed the wilderness as fundamentally indifferent, potentially dangerous due to natural hazards but never malevolent. The idea that human predators might have established a hidden society within its boundaries transformed the forest from neutral space to hostile territory. After reviewing topographical maps and establishing communication protocols, the search party prepared to depart. Our father pulled me aside while the others loaded their vehicles. "If we're not back by nightfall, take your mother and sister into town. Stay at the motel until you hear from me." He pressed a satellite phone into my hand. "This will work even if cell service goes down. I'll check in every 2 hours. If I miss 2 consecutive check-ins, call this number." He handed me a card with an unfamiliar area code. "Ask for Morrison and give him this verification code. Tell him it's code Indigo." I stared at the card, unsettled by the elaborate contingency planning. "Dad, you're scaring me more than the encounter itself." His expression softened momentarily. "Preparedness isn't fear. It's respect for potential threat. Probably nothing will happen beyond finding some abandoned campsites and unusual arrangements of stones. But if something does happen, you'll know exactly what to do." He embraced me briefly, then walked toward his truck where the others waited. I watched them depart, the convoy of vehicles disappearing down our long driveway, swallowed by the dense forest that suddenly seemed like an entity with deliberate purpose rather than mere landscape. The day passed with excruciating slowness. Our mother attempted to maintain normalcy through routine activities, preparing meals, sketching at her easel, discussing plans for cabin improvements. Abigail retreated into an uncharacteristic silence, responding to questions with monosyllables while keeping the satellite phone within arm's reach at all times. I found myself unable to concentrate on reading or other diversions, instead pacing between windows, scanning the forest edge for any movement or anomaly. Every 2 hours, precisely on schedule, the phone chirped with our father's check-in. "Area secure, continuing search." The brevity revealing nothing about their findings or lack thereof. By mid-afternoon, cloud cover had thickened, transforming daylight into premature dusk. The temperature dropped noticeably, and distant thunder rumbled beyond the mountains, unusual weather for early July. I checked the emergency radio for forecasts, learning that an unexpected system was moving through, bringing potential for severe thunderstorms. At 4:17 p.m., between scheduled check-ins, the satellite phone rang. I answered immediately, tension constricting my chest. "We found something," our father said without preamble. "Multiple encampments recently abandoned, evidence of long-term habitation. Eduardo estimates at least 3 individuals based on footprint patterns." 3. The number shocked me. I had envisioned a solitary hermit, not a group. "What kind of evidence?" "Fire pits with elaborate stone arrangements, crude shelters constructed from natural materials, what appears to be a system for food storage and preservation." He paused, his breathing audible. "And symbols, carved into trees, arranged in stones. Eduardo recognizes some from indigenous traditions, but others." Another pause. "Others he's never encountered." "Have you seen anyone?" I asked. "Negative. But we're being observed. Eduardo's certain of it." Static interfered with the connection momentarily. "Listen, the weather's deteriorating rapidly up here. We're suspending the search and heading back. Should be at the cabin within 2 hours. Keep everything locked until we arrive." The connection ended before I could respond. I relayed the information to our mother and Abigail, whose expressions reflected the same unease I felt. The confirmation of multiple individuals living secretly in the forest, potentially organized around shared ritualistic practices, transformed our understanding of the environment we had considered familiar and largely benign. Outside, the storm gathered intensity. Wind whipped through pine boughs, creating a low moaning that seemed almost vocalized. Lightning flashed with increasing frequency, followed by thunder that vibrated through the cabin structure. Rain began as individual drops striking the roof like hesitant fingertips, then quickly escalated to a deafening downpour that obscured visibility beyond a few yards. We secured windows against the strengthening gusts, checked door locks, and positioned ourselves in the central living area with clear sightlines to all entrances. The combination of natural storm and human threat created a siege mentality that none of us acknowledged aloud, but all clearly felt. At precisely 6 p.m., headlights appeared through the curtain of rain. multiple vehicles approaching slowly along our driveway. Relief surged through me, immediately followed by uncertainty. Was it truly our father's group returning, or someone else who had observed their departure and chosen this moment to approach? Our mother moved to the front window, peering carefully around the curtain edge. "It's them," she confirmed, her shoulders relaxing visibly. Moments later, our father entered, followed by Eduardo and Jack. Water streamed from their rain gear, pooling on the wooden floor. Their expressions carried a gravity that dispelled any hope for reassuring news. "Where are the others?" I asked, noting the absence of the remaining search party members. "Returned to town to file preliminary reports and coordinate additional resources," our father explained, removing his sodden jacket. "We need to talk, all of us." We gathered at the kitchen table while the men accepted mugs of hot coffee. Outside, the storm continued its assault, wind howling around the cabin's corners with almost sentient fury. "Tell them what we found," our father instructed Eduardo after several minutes of silence. The tracker set down his coffee, his weathered face grave. First, the encampments. 3 distinct sites, each with unique characteristics but sharing fundamental elements: strategic positioning with multiple escape routes, specialized areas for different activities, and symbolic markings that create boundaries. He paused, selecting his words carefully. The level of sophistication suggests long-term habitation, years, possibly decades. "How many people?" Abigail asked, her voice barely audible over the storm. "Based on physical evidence, footprints, sleeping areas, personal items, at least 3 adults. Possibly more." Eduardo's expression darkened. "The concerning element isn't the number, but the organization. These aren't separate individuals who happen to adopt similar survival strategies. Their encampments, while kilometers apart, show identical ritualistic elements arranged in precise patterns that couldn't occur by chance." Jack continued the narrative. "We found evidence of communication systems, primitive but effective, modified animal calls, stone arrangements that change position daily, markers on trees that appear recent. They're coordinating their movements, possibly maintaining surveillance over sections of the forest." "Including the trails," our father added grimly. "We found observation posts overlooking every major hiking path within 5 kilometers of Lost Lake. Carefully concealed but offering clear sightlines to anyone passing below. The implications settled over us like a physical weight. We hadn't stumbled upon a deranged hermit but had instead penetrated the territory of an organized group that had been observing forest visitors, including us, for potentially years without detection." "What about the deer?" I asked. "The ritual arrangement we saw?" Eduardo and Jack exchanged glances. "Not the first," Eduardo answered reluctantly. "We found similar sites dating back weeks, possibly months, different animals, identical arrangements. Always the circle of organs, always the 3 stone markers." "What does it mean?" our mother asked, her artist's curiosity momentarily overriding fear. "I recognized elements from various indigenous practices," Eduardo explained, "but corrupted, combined with symbols I've never encountered in legitimate traditional contexts. My grandfather was a curandero, a healer who worked with spiritual energy. He would say these are attempts to communicate with forces that should remain undisturbed." Lightning illuminated the room through closed curtains, followed immediately by thunder that shook dishes and cabinets. The storm seemed to punctuate Eduardo's words with cosmic emphasis. "What now?" Abigail's question hung in the silence that followed. Our father leaned forward, his expression resolute. "We've notified appropriate authorities. A specialized team will arrive tomorrow to conduct a more comprehensive search with proper equipment and jurisdiction. Meanwhile, we're relocating temporarily." "Leaving the cabin?" Our mother's dismay was evident. "Just until the situation is resolved. The sheriff has arranged accommodations in town for all of us, including Eduardo and Jack, who will continue consulting on the investigation." His tone indicated this wasn't a suggestion, but a decision already finalized. We spent the next hour gathering essential belongings and securing the cabin for temporary abandonment. The storm continued unabated, transforming simple tasks into challenges and ordinary forest sounds into potential threats. By 8 o'clock, our vehicles were loaded, the cabin darkened, and final security measures implemented. As we prepared to depart, I paused on the porch, gazing into the rain-lashed forest beyond our clearing. Lightning briefly illuminated the tree line, and in that fractional moment of illumination, I could have sworn I saw multiple figures standing motionless among the trunks, silhouettes darker than the surrounding shadows, watching our exodus with patient malevolence. "Christina?" our father called from his truck. "Time to go." I turned away from the disquieting vision, hurrying through the downpour to my vehicle. As our convoy navigated the winding driveway, I resisted the urge to look back, knowing that whatever presence I had glimpsed, whether real or imagined, would remain long after we had gone, wrapped in the ancient patience of creatures who measured time by seasons rather than hours. The storm pursued us into town, lashing our small convoy with horizontal rain that reduced visibility to mere yards. The 20-minute drive stretched to nearly an hour as we navigated flooded sections of road and cleared fallen branches from our path. Carson Springs appeared through the deluge as a collection of blurred lights, a fragile constellation of human presence in the vast darkness of the surrounding wilderness. The accommodations arranged by the sheriff comprised a row of adjoining rooms at the Pinewood Motel, a single-story structure dating from the 1960s that had been maintained with more diligence than style. The motel manager, a nervous man named Lloyd, distributed room keys with repeated assurances that the property's generator would activate if power failed. "Happens every major storm," he explained, gaze darting between our faces and the rain-streaked window. "Nothing to worry about. System kicks in automatically. Only takes about 30 seconds of darkness." We thanked him and retreated to our assigned rooms, our parents in one, Abigail and me in another, with Jack and Eduardo occupying the third. The accommodations were basic but clean, featuring twin beds with floral spreads, laminate furniture, and bathrooms with avocado-colored fixtures that had somehow survived decades of changing design trends. Abigail immediately claimed the bed nearest the bathroom, dropping her duffel bag onto the faded coverlet. "So we're just supposed to stay here until when exactly?" Her voice carried the brittle edge of exhaustion and suppressed fear. "Until they find whoever's living out there, I guess," I replied, though I recognized the improbability of rapid resolution. Individuals who had successfully remained hidden for decades in 200,000 acres of wilderness were unlikely to be located through a single coordinated search. "And if they don't find them?" She sat heavily on the bed, springs protesting beneath her weight. "Do we just never go back? Abandon the cabin?" I had no answer that would provide comfort without dishonesty. Outside, thunder punctuated the silence between us, rattling the thin window panes in their frames. Our father knocked shortly thereafter, suggesting we reconvene in the motel's attached diner for a late dinner and briefing on next steps. The restaurant proved nearly empty at that hour, allowing our group to occupy a corner booth far from other patrons. A waitress with elaborately teased hair and excessive eye makeup distributed laminated menus, recited the evening's specials with practiced indifference, then retreated to fetch drinks. Our father waited until she had moved beyond earshot before addressing us in a lowered voice. "The sheriff has arranged for 2 deputies to remain stationed at our property overnight. At first light, a specialized team from the State Investigation Bureau will begin an expanded search centered on the encampments we discovered today." "What makes them specialized?" I asked, curious about what resources might be deployed against such an unusual threat. "They're part of the Behavioral Analysis Unit, experts in tracking individuals who establish territories in wilderness areas," Jack explained. "They've handled similar cases in national forests across the country. Hermits, survivalists, fugitives who've created elaborate compounds beyond normal civilization." "How common is this?" our mother asked, her artist's sensitivity to human behavior evident in her furrowed brow. Eduardo answered, his voice carrying the weight of personal knowledge. "More common than most people realize. The deeper wilderness areas of this country have always attracted those seeking to separate themselves from society, sometimes for philosophical reasons, sometimes to escape legal consequences, sometimes due to mental illness that drives them from human contact, or sometimes because they're pursuing activities that cannot withstand scrutiny," our father added grimly. The waitress returned with drinks, effectively pausing the conversation. We ordered meals with minimal deliberation, each preoccupied with thoughts that diminished appetite. After she departed again, Jack continued where our father had left off. The concerning aspect here isn't isolated individuals living off-grid. That's been happening since the country was founded. It's the evidence of coordination, the ritualistic elements, and the apparent surveillance of hikers and visitors. He sipped his coffee, grimacing at its bitterness. Most wilderness dwellers avoid contact. These individuals appear to be intentionally monitoring human activity in their territory. For what purpose? I asked, though I wasn't certain I wanted the answer. Jack and Eduardo exchanged glances, a weighted communication passing between them. We found items at their encampments, Eduardo finally replied. Personal belongings that didn't match the overall aesthetic of their living spaces. Newer, cleaner items that appeared to have been collected. Collected from whom? Abigail's voice had grown small. Hikers, most likely, our father interjected. People who reported items missing after visits to the forest. Nothing significant enough to suggest assault. Water bottles, single hiking boots, camera straps without cameras, partial rolls of film. Trophies, I whispered, the word emerging unbidden. Jack nodded grimly. Possibly. Or some form of ritualistic collection related to their belief system. Either way, it suggests deliberate interaction with visitors rather than mere observation. The remainder of our meal passed in relative silence, each of us processing implications too disturbing to articulate. Outside, the storm maintained its assault, rain driven horizontally against windows by gusting wind, thunder rumbling with decreasing intervals between strikes. As we prepared to return to our rooms, the motel manager appeared in the diner doorway, his anxious expression magnified by thick glasses that distorted his eyes. "Sheriff's office just called," he announced, addressing our father directly. "They're evacuating Lower Carson Creek due to flash flood potential. Said to tell you they've pulled their men from your property to assist with evacuation procedures." Our father's expression darkened. "When will they return to the property?" "Didn't say." Lloyd shrugged apologetically. "Storm's expected to continue through morning. They're focusing on areas with immediate life safety concerns." After the manager departed, our father turned to Jack and Eduardo. "Our cabin is well above flood elevation, but this means it's currently unmonitored." "You're concerned they might approach it?" Jack asked, immediately understanding the implication. "I'm concerned about what they might learn from an unoccupied structure," our father replied. "Evidence of our movements, our habits, our vulnerabilities. The prospect of unknown individuals examining our personal space, studying our lives with predatory interest, sent an involuntary shudder through me. Abigail must have felt similarly as her hand found mine beneath the table, her fingers cold despite the diner's warmth. We returned to our rooms with renewed unease, the temporary security of the motel suddenly feeling insufficient against threats that had demonstrated patience measured in decades rather than hours. In our shared room, Abigail and I performed abbreviated versions of our normal bedtime routines, neither wanting to be alone even for the minutes required to shower or change clothes. Sleep proved elusive despite physical exhaustion. I lay awake listening to the storm's continued assault, occasionally illuminated by lightning that transformed the motel room into a tableau of sharp-edged shadows. Beside me, Abigail's breathing eventually settled into the rhythm of sleep, though occasional murmurs and restless movements suggested her dreams offered little respite. I must have eventually succumbed to exhaustion, as I awakened disoriented to absolute darkness and the distinctive silence that follows power failure. The promised generator had not engaged, leaving the room in perfect blackness. For several moments I remained motionless, allowing my eyes to adjust and my mind to reorient. Rain continued outside, but the storm's intensity had diminished to steady percussion rather than violent assault. I fumbled for my phone, activating its screen to check the time. 3:17 a.m. The device showed no service. Cell towers likely affected by the same power disruption. As I contemplated whether to wake Abigail, a sound from outside our door froze me in mid-motion. A soft scraping, like something being drawn slowly across the motel's exterior siding. I listened intently, unconvinced of its reality until it repeated. 3 distinct scratches followed by silence. Quietly, I slipped from bed and moved to the window, carefully displacing the curtain's edge just enough to view the parking lot. Moonlight broke intermittently through dissipating clouds, illuminating the motel's gravel lot and the forest edge beyond. Nothing moved in the immediate vicinity of our room, yet the scratching sound came again, closer now, directly outside our door. I considered waking Abigail but hesitated, unwilling to alarm her without confirmation of actual threat. Instead, I retrieved my phone and activated its flashlight function, directing the beam toward the door's lower edge, where a half-inch gap existed between door and threshold. Through this narrow aperture, I detected movement, what appeared to be the tip of a slender object being maneuvered under the door. As I watched, frozen in horrified fascination, 3 small stones were pushed into our room, one after another. They rolled a short distance across the carpet before stopping. One small, one medium, one large. The implication struck with physical force. Whoever had arranged stones around the deer carcass was now outside our motel room, demonstrating both knowledge of our location and ability to approach undetected. I backed away from the door, pulse hammering in my ears, then crossed quickly to Abigail's bed. "Wake up," I whispered urgently, shaking her shoulder. "We need to get to Mom and Dad's room, now." She blinked awake, confusion yielding to alarm as she registered my expression. "What's happening?" "Someone's outside our door. They pushed these under it." I directed my phone's beam toward the 3 stones. The same arrangement from the forest. Recognition transformed her features, sleep fog instantly replaced by focused terror. "How did they find us?" "I don't know, but we're getting out of this room." I began gathering essential items, room key, phone, knife I'd packed out of habit. "We'll go through the bathroom window. It's small, but should be big enough." The bathroom connected to our room featured a narrow window positioned above the toilet, presumably designed for ventilation rather than egress, but our only option for avoiding the door where unknown threat lurked. I stood on the toilet tank, confirming the window could open and assessing the approximately 7-foot drop to the ground outside. "I'll go first," I told Abigail, who had gathered her own belongings with remarkable composure despite visible trembling. "Then I'll help you down. Once outside, we run directly to Mom and Dad's room. No hesitation, no looking around. Straight there." She nodded, face pale in the phone's harsh light. I removed the window screen, wincing at the slight scraping sound it made, then eased the casement open. Cool, rain-scented air flowed into the bathroom, carrying with it the distant sound of a backup generator finally engaging, not the motel's, but from somewhere deeper in town. I hoisted myself onto the windowsill, twisting to fit through the narrow opening. The exterior wall offered minimal handholds, but I managed to lower myself until only my fingertips maintained contact with the frame. Then I released, dropping the remaining distance to land in wet grass beside the building. After confirming no one occupied the immediate vicinity, I positioned myself beneath the window and whispered for Abigail to follow. She appeared moments later, face framed in the rectangular opening, fear evident in her expression, but movements deliberate and controlled. With my guidance, she negotiated the awkward exit and drop, landing beside me with a soft impact partially absorbed by my supportive grip. We moved quickly along the building's rear wall, keeping close to the structure, while advancing toward our parents' room, located 5 doors down. The motel's exterior lighting remained disabled by the power outage, leaving us to navigate by moonlight between clouds and the distant glow of emergency lighting from town. As we rounded the building's corner, heading toward the front entrances, movement near the forest edge caught my attention, a shadow detaching from deeper darkness, advancing a few paces before stopping. The distance and limited visibility prevented clear identification, but the silhouette appeared human-sized, its stance unnaturally still. "Don't look," I murmured to Abigail, maintaining our pace toward our parents' room. "Keep moving." We reached their door without incident, knocking with urgent restraint, loud enough to wake them, but not to broadcast our location unnecessarily. Our father answered almost immediately, his expression shifting from alertness to concern as he registered our presence and demeanor. "Inside," he directed, ushering us through the doorway before securing it behind us. Our mother sat upright in bed, a baseball bat gripped in her hands, an improvised weapon I had never seen her wield but which she held with surprising competence. "What happened?" our father demanded once we were safely inside. I explained the power outage, the scratching sounds, and the 3 stones pushed beneath our door. His reaction was immediate and decisive. "We're leaving. Now. Wake Jack and Eduardo." He began gathering belongings, movements efficient despite the limited light. "We'll take one vehicle, stay together, head directly to the sheriff's station in town." Our mother dressed quickly while I used our father's satellite phone to call Jack's room. Within minutes, our entire group had assembled in our parents' room, briefed on the situation, and prepared for immediate departure. "I'll go first," Jack offered, hand resting on the sidearm holstered at his hip. "Eduardo takes rear position. Everyone else stays tight together, moves quickly to William's truck. No stopping regardless of what you see or hear. Clear?" We nodded collectively, tension transforming everyday movements into choreographed preparation for potential conflict. Jack opened the door cautiously, scanning the parking area before indicating we should follow. We moved as a tight unit across the gravel lot, footsteps crunching with what seemed like excessive volume in the pre-dawn stillness. As we reached our father's truck, I allowed myself a brief survey of our surroundings. The figure I had glimpsed earlier was no longer visible at the forest edge, but something else caught my attention. 3 small stones placed on the truck's hood, arranged in the now familiar hierarchy of size. "Dad," I whispered, pointing. He saw the arrangement and exchanged glances with Jack, who immediately drew his weapon and executed a complete visual sweep of the area. Finding nothing immediately threatening, he motioned for us to enter the vehicle quickly. Our father drove with deliberate speed through the empty streets of Carson Springs, windshield wipers clearing intermittent rainfall. The town showed scattered evidence of the storm's impact: downed branches, minor flooding at intersections, darkened buildings awaiting power restoration. We reached the sheriff's station without incident, finding it illuminated by emergency lighting and bustling with activity despite the early hour. Deputy Rivera met us in the lobby, her expression transitioning from professional concern to focused alertness as our father explained recent events. She immediately arranged for us to be placed in a secure interview room, then departed to contact the specialized team originally scheduled to arrive later that morning. For nearly an hour, we waited in the institutional confines of the interview room, a space designed for interrogation rather than comfort, with hard chairs, a metal table bolted to the floor, and harsh fluorescent lighting that emphasized our exhausted appearances. Jack and Eduardo conferred quietly in one corner, while our parents maintained reassuring proximity to Abigail and me. Eventually, Deputy Rivera returned, accompanied by a tall woman in civilian clothes who introduced herself as Special Agent Catherine Walsh from the State Investigation Bureau. "I understand you've had direct contact with our subjects," she said, addressing me directly. Her tone was professional, but not unkind. Her gaze analytical, but not cold. "I'd like you to tell me everything you observed, beginning with your initial encounter at Lost Lake." For the next several hours, we provided detailed statements, examined photographs of items recovered from the forest encampments, and answered increasingly specific questions about our experiences. As morning fully arrived, additional personnel joined the investigation: forensic specialists, behavioral analysts, and experienced trackers familiar with the DeCarson Forest's most remote regions. By noon, a comprehensive search operation had been organized, with our cabin serving as the primary staging area. Helicopter surveillance would provide aerial reconnaissance while ground teams systematically explored areas identified as most likely to harbor the forest dwellers' current locations. "What about us?" our father asked as the operational briefing concluded. "My family has been directly targeted. I need to know they'll be secure while this search proceeds." Special Agent Walsh nodded, understanding his concern. "We've arranged secure accommodations in Santa Fe, approximately 3 hours from here. You'll be escorted by state police and housed in a location known only to essential personnel. Once our operation concludes, we'll reassess security requirements for your return." The prospect of further displacement, moving even farther from our cabin and familiar surroundings, induced mixed emotions. Relief at increased security warred with resentment at being driven from our home by unseen threat. Yet the stones placed both in our motel room and on our vehicle demonstrated undeniable risk that transcended pride or inconvenience. As we prepared for departure to Santa Fe, I cast a final glance through the station windows toward the mountains that had defined my childhood summers. Their familiar silhouettes remained unchanged despite the profound alteration in my perception of what dwelled within their forested slopes. Whatever primitive society had established itself in those remote valleys had existed long before my birth and would likely persist long after this investigation concluded, patient, secretive, and attuned to rhythms of existence that modern humanity had largely forgotten. "They'll find them," Abigail said, noticing my expression. "They have technology, resources, training." I nodded, unwilling to voice my private doubt. How does one locate individuals who have successfully evaded detection for decades? People who read the forest as easily as we read books, who understood its hiding places and natural camouflage with intuitive mastery born of necessity. "Maybe," I replied, turning from the window as our escort announced readiness to depart. "Or maybe they'll simply disappear deeper, wait until attention fades, then reemerge when the forest belongs to them again." We departed Carson Springs under armed escort, leaving behind not only our property, but also a fundamental assumption about the boundaries between civilization and wilderness, the comforting fiction that human predation remains constrained by social contract rather than merely disguised by it, awaiting opportunity to express its primordial nature when observation lapses. The search operation continued for 17 days. Specialized teams combed every quadrant of the Carson National Forest, employing technologies ranging from infrared aerial imaging to ground-penetrating radar. They discovered additional encampments, collected hundreds of artifacts demonstrating long-term habitation, and documented elaborate systems of territorial markers and communication methods. What they didn't find were the inhabitants themselves. The blood-covered figure from Lost Lake or his companions had vanished like smoke, leaving only material evidence of their existence. Our family remained in protective custody in Santa Fe throughout the operation, receiving daily briefings from Special Agent Walsh via secure communications. The progressive shift in her terminology revealed the investigation's trajectory from active pursuit to expanded search to evidence collection and finally to case documentation. Without stating it explicitly, the operation had transitioned from capture to analysis. On the 18th day, we were permitted to return to our cabin under security protocols that transformed our previously tranquil retreat into something resembling a military outpost. Motion sensors surrounded the property perimeter, cameras monitored approaches from all directions, and a direct line to both forest rangers and sheriff's deputies remained constantly active. For 2 weeks, we maintained hypervigilance, never hiking alone, never venturing far from the cabin, scanning the forest edge with instinctive wariness that bordered on paranoia. Gradually, as days passed without incident, the acute edge of fear began to dull. Security personnel were reduced, then withdrawn entirely. Life attempted to resume its normal patterns. Abigail and I completed our abbreviated summer stay before returning to our respective schools. She to her senior year of high school, I to my final undergraduate semester. Distance and academic demands provided welcome distraction from lingering trauma, though certain effects persisted. I avoided densely wooded areas, developed an aversion to venison, and experienced occasional nightmares featuring blood-covered figures standing motionless among trees. The following summer, our family made a collective decision to return to the cabin. The specialized teams had declared the area secure, with no evidence of renewed activity by the forest dwellers. Whatever primitive society had established itself among those remote valleys had either relocated to more isolated regions or dispersed entirely following the intensive search. Our return felt like reclaiming territory, an act of defiance against fear, and an affirmation that trauma need not define experience. We arrived in early June with a deliberate agenda of normalcy, maintenance projects, fishing expeditions, short hikes on well-traveled trails. For nearly 3 weeks, we succeeded in establishing a new equilibrium that acknowledged past events without being governed by them. Then came the morning I discovered 3 small stones arranged on our porch steps, one small, one medium, one large. No one witnessed their placement. Our recently installed security cameras showed no unusual activity. The stones themselves were unremarkable, similar to thousands littering the surrounding forest floor. Yet their deliberate arrangement communicated unmistakable intent. We remain. We observe. We remember. Our father immediately contacted authorities, who responded with appropriate concern but limited practical action. Additional patrols were temporarily instituted, security systems recalibrated, warning notices distributed to nearby properties. Without evidence of specific threat beyond symbolic communication, more extensive measures couldn't be justified. We departed earlier than planned that summer, our attempt at reclamation incomplete but not entirely unsuccessful. The following year, we returned for a shorter stay, and the year after that, briefer still. Eventually, our visits tapered to weekend inspections rather than extended residence. The cabin remained in family ownership, occasionally rented to hunters or winter sports enthusiasts, but never again serving as our summer sanctuary. 25 years have passed since that initial encounter at Lost Lake. The landscape has changed. Larger areas of the forest open to development, improved trails and amenities for tourists, more sophisticated ranger presence. Reports of strange encounters have diminished, though occasional hikers still describe unusual stone arrangements found deep in the backcountry or the unsettling sensation of being observed while traversing remote paths. I've returned to the area periodically over the intervening decades, drawn by complex emotions that blend nostalgia with lingering unease. 5 years ago, I hiked the Lost Lake Trail alone for the first time since that fateful day, a personal pilgrimage to confront persistent shadows. The lake appeared unchanged, its heart-shaped surface still reflecting surrounding peaks with mirror-like precision. I circumnavigated its shore cautiously, alert for any sign of disturbance or ritualistic arrangement. Near the spot where we had first spotted the deer carcass, I discovered a small clearing that had been deliberately maintained. Vegetation cleared, ground smoothed, perimeter marked by weathered logs positioned with evident purpose. At its center lay a circle of small stones, approximately 6 feet in diameter, each stone carefully selected for uniform size and placed equidistant from its neighbors. Within this circle stood 3 larger stones arranged in the familiar hierarchy, small, medium, large, that had become emblematic of our experience. The arrangement was not recent. Lichen had established itself on the stone surfaces. Pine needles had accumulated in layers, suggesting multiple seasons of deposition. This was not a recent message, but a permanent marker, a territorial claim maintained over decades. I didn't venture into the circle, but photographed it extensively from various angles. Upon returning to civilization, I forwarded the images to the Forest Service and the still active investigation file maintained by state authorities. Their response acknowledged the find, but classified it as consistent with previously documented ceremonial sites rather than evidence of ongoing threat. Abigail has never returned to the forest. She completed university in another state, established her career in urban environments, and steadfastly refuses invitations to revisit our childhood summer location. Her reaction represents one valid response to trauma, complete avoidance of circumstances that might trigger its renewal. My approach has been different, not confrontational, but investigative. Over years of periodic returns and methodical research, I've constructed a theory about what we encountered that summer. The forest dwellers weren't merely hermits or survivalists, but practitioners of an isolation-evolved belief system, a nature-worship cosmology that incorporated ritualistic relationships with wildlife, territorial marking, and periodic interaction with outsiders as form of boundary maintenance. The blood-covered man at Lost Lake wasn't performing random animal cruelty, but participating in ceremonies significant within his community's worldview. His pursuit of us represented not predatory intent, but ritual challenge, testing our response to incursion on sacred space. The stones delivered to our motel room and vehicle served as formal notice of territorial transgression rather than specific threat. This theory provides intellectual framework for understanding our experience, though it doesn't completely dispel its emotional impact. Some nights I still wake from dreams of silent figures watching from forest shadows, their patience spanning decades while our civilized certainties prove transient and fragile. Last month, working through family documents in preparation for possibly selling the cabin, I discovered a folder in my father's files labeled simply Prior Incidents. Inside were newspaper clippings, correspondence with authorities, and handwritten accounts dating back to the 1950s, all documenting encounters similar to ours in the same geographical area. My father had researched historical precedent before our trip, but chosen not to share this knowledge, perhaps hoping documented history wouldn't repeat itself during our stay. Among the papers was a partially completed manuscript titled The Watchers of Decarson, apparently my father's attempt to compile comprehensive documentation of these encounters. His notes referenced indigenous legends, geological anomalies unique to the region, and patterns of disappearance spanning centuries rather than merely decades. The manuscript remained unfinished, its final page, a handwritten question: territorial display or invitation to deeper understanding? That question resonates with me still. Whatever dwells in the remote valleys of the Decarson National Forest exists at the boundary between human experience and something older, something that observes our brief passages through ancient territory with perspective measured in generations rather than individual lifespans. I've come to believe that the blood-covered man we encountered represents neither aberration nor threat, but reminder, a living embodiment of our species' tenuous claim to dominion over wilderness. He and his kind persist in liminal spaces where conventional understanding falters, maintaining traditions incomprehensible to those who experience nature as recreation rather than dwelling place. The three stones still appear occasionally, not at our former cabin, which was finally sold 5 years ago, but in photographs I receive from rangers and researchers aware of my continued interest. The arrangements emerge in increasingly remote locations as human presence expands through previously inaccessible areas. Always the same pattern, always the same message. We remain. We observe. We remember. Perhaps that is all they ever intended to communicate. Not threat, but witness. Not aggression, but persistence. A reminder that beneath the veneer of civilization, ancient patterns endure. The forest remembers what we choose to forget, and some inhabitants ensure those memories retain physical form, preserved in arrangements of stone that outlast individual lifespans. I still avoid venison, still listen too carefully to sounds beyond my window at night, still feel momentary dread when hiking alone and sensing unseen observation. But I've come to recognize these responses not as weaknesses, but as heightened awareness, an appropriate acknowledgement that wilderness contains mysteries resistant to explanation and presences that exist beyond our permission or understanding. 25 years after our encounter at Lost Lake, I've made tentative peace with uncertainty. Whatever walked from those trees covered in deer's blood that summer day exists simultaneously as trauma, mystery, and revelation, a living embodiment of boundaries crossed without understanding their significance. I no longer seek definitive explanation, but rather acceptance of ambiguity as the most honest response to experiences that defy conventional categorization. The three stones remain their signature, appearing across decades, communicating persistence without words. Small, medium, large, a hierarchy of significance that requires no translation beyond its silent presence. A message from those who watch, those who wait, those who remember when forests belonged to no human claim and existed beyond any authority save their own ancient rhythms. I grew up in the remote foothills of the Cascade Mountains in western Washington during the early 1990s. Our family owned a substantial parcel of forested land that stretched from the valley floor up into the lower ridges. Our home, a sturdy two-story timber frame structure, stood as a testament to my father's craftsmanship. Dad built it himself over 3 consecutive summers using locally sourced Douglas fir and cedar from our own property. Our homestead sat at the end of a winding gravel road nearly 2 miles from our nearest neighbor. My father, Richard, worked as a long-haul trucker specializing in oversized equipment transport, which often took him away for extended periods. His routes frequently stretched from Seattle to Alaska via the Alcan Highway, requiring weeks on the road during his busiest seasons. Mom maintained our 5-acre vegetable garden and small orchard, while also working part-time as a bookkeeper for the local lumber mill. We were largely self-sufficient, preserving our harvest to last through the long winter months and hunting for supplemental protein. Dad taught me basic hunting and wilderness skills from an early age, including how to track animals, identify edible plants, and navigate using natural landmarks. By the summer of 1992, when I was 12 years old, I had become exceptionally comfortable in the wilderness surrounding our property. The forest was my playground, classroom, and sanctuary. Unlike many kids my age who gravitated toward video games and television, I preferred the company of towering trees, babbling creeks, and the diverse wildlife that called the Pacific Northwest home. My father had crafted me a handmade bow from yew wood for my 10th birthday, along with a set of practice arrows. I had become quite proficient with this gift, often practicing by shooting at fallen logs or setting up makeshift targets throughout the forest. I carried a small field guide to local plants and animals, meticulously documenting my observations in a weather-resistant notebook my mother had given me. I had an older sister, Sarah, who at 16 had developed different interests. While she had once joined me on forest expeditions, she now preferred spending time with friends in town whenever possible. This left me to my solitary explorations, which suited my contemplative nature perfectly. I had mapped nearly every creek, ridge, and distinctive landmark within a 3-mile radius of our home. Mom worried about my solitary wanderings, but Dad assured her that I possessed better wilderness sense than many adults he knew. As a compromise, I carried a whistle and was required to return home before dusk each day. This system had worked effectively for nearly 2 years without incident. The summer of 1992 had been unusually dry in our region. By early August, the forest floor crackled underfoot, and seasonal creeks had diminished to mere trickles. Fire warnings reached critical levels, though our property remained relatively verdant due to the natural springs that dotted our land. Dad had been away for nearly 3 weeks on an extended haul to Prudhoe Bay in Alaska. Mom divided her time between her bookkeeping duties and preparing for the upcoming harvest season. Sarah had secured a summer job at the local diner in town, leaving me with abundant free time for exploration. During this period, I began noticing subtle changes in the forest. Wildlife patterns seemed altered. Deer congregated in areas they typically avoided, and the usual chorus of birds occasionally fell silent without apparent cause. I attributed these changes to the unusual weather conditions and continued my daily expeditions. On August 12th, Mom needed to drive Sarah to her shift at the diner and then attend to banking matters in town. I, as usual, planned a day of exploration. Mom reminded me to be home well before sunset and to carry extra water due to the heat. Before departing, she helped me prepare a lunch of venison jerky, homemade bread, and dried fruit to sustain me throughout the day. I set out that morning with my bow slung across my back, my field guide and notebook secured in a small backpack, along with my lunch and 2 canteens of water. My destination was a ridge approximately 2 miles northeast of our property, an area I had marked on my hand-drawn map but had not yet thoroughly explored. The ascent proved more strenuous than I'd anticipated due to the heat. By midday, I'd reached a clearing near the ridge summit that offered a spectacular view of the valley below. I ate my lunch there, recording observations about the unusual clarity of the air and the distant silhouette of Mount Baker visible on the horizon. After lunch, I continued along the ridgeline, discovering a narrow game trail that wound through a stand of ancient cedar trees. The massive trunks, some wider than my outstretched arms could encompass, created a cathedral-like atmosphere. The dense canopy overhead reduced the midday sun to dappled patterns on the forest floor, providing welcome relief from the heat. Following the game trail led me to a small valley nestled between 2 ridges. At the center of this valley lay a perfectly circular clearing approximately 50 feet in diameter. What struck me immediately was the absence of underbrush within the circle, just short, uniform grass unlike the typical forest floor vegetation. At the center of this clearing stood a single young alder tree, its white bark gleaming in stark contrast to the surrounding conifers. I approached cautiously, scientific curiosity overcoming my initial wariness. The edge of the clearing formed a precise boundary between the typical forest undergrowth and the unusual short grass. I noted this anomaly in my journal, sketching the clearing and recording its approximate location on my map. As I completed my documentation, I noticed the forest had fallen unnaturally silent. The constant background chorus of birds and insects had ceased entirely. The air felt suddenly heavy, carrying a subtle metallic scent reminiscent of approaching thunderstorms, though the sky remained clear. Checking my watch, I realized it was already mid-afternoon. Concerned about keeping my promise to return home before dusk, I prepared to depart. As I gathered my belongings, a faint humming sound emanated from somewhere above the clearing. The sound gradually intensified, vibrating through my chest cavity like the bass notes of a powerful speaker system. Looking skyward, I initially saw nothing unusual through the small opening in the forest canopy above the clearing. Then, a pinpoint of blue-white light appeared, hovering directly over the young alder tree. The light expanded slowly, transforming into a pulsating sphere approximately 3 feet in diameter. I stood transfixed as the sphere descended toward the alder tree. When it made contact with the uppermost branches, the tree's leaves appeared to shimmer and dance, though no wind was present. The humming sound modulated, rising and falling in a pattern that seemed almost musical in its complexity. As the sphere continued its descent, smaller points of light, ranging from brilliant green to deep indigo, began to orbit around it. These smaller lights moved with startling speed, yet maintained perfect synchronization with each other. They resembled a miniature galaxy rotating around a blue-white sun. Overcoming my initial shock, I fumbled for my notebook, attempting to sketch what I was witnessing. As I did so, the primary sphere suddenly expanded to nearly twice its original size, emitting a pulse of light so intense that I was momentarily blinded. When my vision cleared, the sphere had split into 3 identical orbs, each now pulsating with a distinct rhythm. I heard what I could only describe as voices, not spoken language, but a series of harmonic tones that somehow conveyed meaning. I couldn't comprehend the specific content, but felt an overwhelming sense that the phenomenon was not random, but purposeful, perhaps even communicative. What happened next would become the most difficult part of my story for others to believe. One of the 3 spheres detached from the formation and approached me directly. As it drew near, I experienced a profound sense of calm rather than fear. The sphere hovered approximately 10 feet away, at eye level. Without conscious thought, I extended my hand toward the light. The sphere responded by emitting a narrow beam that connected with my outstretched palm. Rather than heat, I felt a mild tingling sensation, similar to the static electricity of a balloon rubbed against fabric. This connection lasted perhaps 20 seconds, during which I perceived a rapid succession of images, mountain vistas, underwater scenes, celestial bodies, none familiar to me, yet all somehow recognizable. When the beam retracted, the sphere rejoined its companions above the alder tree. The 3 lights reintegrated into a single entity, which then ascended rapidly, diminishing to a pinpoint before vanishing entirely. As suddenly as it had disappeared, the forest sounds resumed. Birds calling, insects buzzing, the distant gurgle of a small stream, as if nothing unusual had occurred. I remained in the clearing for several minutes, trying to process what I had witnessed. My watch, which had read 3:15 p.m. before the encounter, now showed 5:48 p.m. Over 2 hours had apparently elapsed, though the experience seemed to have lasted only minutes. Alarmed by the time discrepancy and aware that I would be late returning home, I gathered my belongings and began retracing my steps down the ridge. As I departed, I glanced back at the clearing. The alder tree, which had appeared ordinary before the encounter, now displayed a spiral pattern in its bark that ascended from the base to the uppermost branches. I navigated the return journey with considerable difficulty. Disorientation plagued me, causing me to mistake familiar landmarks and twice lead myself in circles before regaining my bearings. The setting sun cast long shadows through the forest, further complicating navigation. My typically excellent sense of direction seemed compromised, as if some internal compass had been temporarily recalibrated. When I finally emerged from the forest edge near our property, full darkness had descended. The lights from our home glowed warmly in the distance, and I could discern the silhouette of my mother's figure pacing on the front porch. As I approached, Mom rushed to meet me, relief and anger competing in her expression. Thomas James Davidson, do you have any idea what time it is? She demanded, simultaneously pulling me into a tight embrace. I was about to call the ranger station. I attempted to explain my experience, but found myself struggling to articulate what had occurred. My normally precise vocabulary failed me, and the extraordinary encounter seemed to resist conventional description. What emerged instead was a fragmented account that Mom attributed to exhaustion and possible dehydration. "You're burning up," she observed, pressing a hand to my forehead. "Inside, right now, a cool bath, dinner, and straight to bed." I didn't argue. My body felt unusually heavy, and a persistent buzzing sensation lingered at the edges of my consciousness. That night, my sleep was punctuated by vivid dreams filled with geometric patterns and landscapes I had never seen. Vast deserts, tropical lagoons, Arctic tundra, all bathed in the same blue-white light I had encountered in the clearing. I awoke the following morning with a low-grade fever and unusual markings on my right palm. A pattern of interconnected circles resembling the rings of a tree, centered where the light beam had connected with my hand. Mom, concerned about potential exposure to some unknown plant toxin, applied a poultice of plantain leaves and kept me home to rest. Over the next 3 days, my fever subsided, and the markings on my palm gradually faded. However, other changes became apparent. My previously 20/40 vision had improved dramatically, a fact confirmed weeks later during a routine school physical, which recorded my visual acuity at 2015. I found myself able to recall information from books read years earlier with photographic precision. Most notably, my artistic ability, previously limited to rudimentary sketches, had developed extraordinarily. My drawings of the light phenomenon displayed a technical sophistication far beyond my previous capabilities. When Dad returned from his hauling job the following week, I finally found someone receptive to my account. Unlike Mom, who had dismissed the story as a product of heat exhaustion or an overactive imagination, Dad listened intently, asking detailed questions about the experience. "Your grandfather used to tell a similar story," Dad revealed after I completed my account. "He worked as a fire lookout in these mountains back in the 1940s. Said he saw lights dancing above the trees during a lightning storm. Nobody believed him either. With my father's encouragement, I documented my experience in detail, creating a comprehensive record that included drawings, maps, and a written narrative. We agreed to keep the full account private, knowing how such stories tended to be received in our small community. Dad accompanied me on a return expedition to the circular clearing 2 weeks later. We found the location without difficulty, but the scene had changed significantly. The perfect circle remained visible, but the central alder tree had died completely, its leaves brown and brittle, its bark displaying the spiral pattern I had described. Samples collected from the tree and soil showed no obvious contaminants or pathogens when later examined by a forester friend of Dad's. As years passed, I occasionally shared my experience with trusted individuals. Most reacted with polite skepticism or outright disbelief. The markings on my palm never fully disappeared, though they faded to faint white lines visible only under certain lighting conditions. My enhanced mental capabilities persisted, enabling me to excel academically and eventually pursue a career in environmental science. I returned to the circular clearing numerous times throughout my life, sometimes alone, sometimes with companions. The phenomenon never recurred, though I occasionally experienced unusual equipment malfunctions in the vicinity. Compasses spinning erratically, watches stopping temporarily, camera batteries draining inexplicably. The alder tree eventually fell and decomposed, but nothing new grew in its place. The circular clearing remained a perfect void in the forest undergrowth, defying natural succession patterns. Local wildlife seemed to avoid the area entirely. No tracks, no droppings, no evidence of feeding or nesting activities within the boundary of the circle. When I became a grandfather myself, I began sharing my experience with my grandchildren during summer camping trips on the family property, which I had inherited and preserved as a nature reserve. My story evolved from a personal anecdote to a family legacy, though I always emphasize the importance of critical thinking and scientific inquiry when discussing unexplained phenomena. I remember settling into our little two-man tent that evening with a sense of calm expectation. Just me and my husband Joseph, tucked away in a remote corner of the Galloway Forest. We'd been planning this trip for months, seeking escape from deadlines and the constant drone of city life. The forest welcomed us with its ancient embrace, tall pines swaying gently overhead as we followed winding trails through the afternoon. "This spot is perfect," Joseph had declared, setting down his backpack in a small clearing surrounded by dense trees. I agreed, breathing in air that tasted clean and verdant, untouched by exhaust fumes and concrete dust. We'd hiked for nearly 6 hours, following a route that took us deeper into the wilderness than we'd ever ventured before. The isolation was deliberate. We wanted stars without light pollution, silence without distant traffic, and the raw experience of being truly alone with nature. By the time we set up camp, my muscles ached pleasantly, my face flushed from exertion and mountain air. Joseph worked methodically, hammering stakes and stretching canvas, while I arranged our sleeping bags and gathered kindling for a small fire. The routine felt comfortable, something we'd perfected over years of weekend excursions, though never quite this remote. "No cell service," Joseph noted, checking his phone before tucking it away. "Just us and the trees." The words should have been comforting. Instead, they lodged in my mind, a quiet warning I dismissed as paranoia. Later, I would curse myself for not heeding that first flicker of unease. We cooked a simple meal over the campfire. Canned stew heated in a small pot, crusty bread we'd carried wrapped in foil. The forest grew darker around us, shadows deepening between trees, sounds shifting from bird song to the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures stirring awake. "Listen," Joseph whispered as we finished eating. Complete silence. But it wasn't silent, not really. The forest breathed around us, wind through branches, distant water trickling over stones, the subtle symphony of insects and creatures too small to see. I strained my ears, trying to catalog each sound, to establish a baseline of normal. Why this seemed important, I couldn't articulate. We retired early, exhausted from the hike. The tent felt secure, a fragile haven of civilization in the wilderness. Joseph fell asleep almost immediately, his breathing deep and rhythmic beside me. I lay awake longer, watching patterns of moonlight dapple the tent fabric, listening to the forest settle into its nighttime melody. Eventually, I drifted off, lulled by Joseph's steady breathing and the gentle whisper of wind through pine needles. I was exhausted in that good, contented way that usually promises solid, dreamless sleep. I had no idea what waited in the darkness. Sometime after midnight, I stirred awake. At first, all I noticed was the thick darkness, broken only by the faint glow of moonlight edging through the fabric of our tent. My eyes darted around, trying to reorient. The familiar weight of our sleeping bag felt suddenly confining, and my bladder signaled urgent discomfort. I realized I needed to step outside for a bathroom break. Nothing unusual there. Just one of those moments when nature calls inconveniently during the night. I was tempted to ignore it, to force myself back to sleep, but the pressure was insistent. I knew I wouldn't be able to drift off again without taking care of business. I turned to check on Joseph, quietly making sure I wouldn't disturb him. He was still asleep, breathing in that slow, calm rhythm I knew so well. His face looked peaceful in the faint moonlight, untroubled by whatever had pulled me from slumber. I'd almost made up my mind to slip out silently when a strange noise cut through the stillness. A slow, methodical scratching, like fingers dragging against the ground. The sound came from just outside our tent, too deliberate to be a forest creature scurrying past. My thoughts raced in seconds. Perhaps it was just some curious animal sniffing around our campsite, drawn by lingering food scents. But this sound was too measured, almost deliberate, a conscious rhythm of scrape, pause, scrape, that raised the fine hairs on my arms. I froze, ears straining to interpret the sound. The scratching continued, unhurried and persistent. It wasn't the random rustling of leaves or the skittering of small paws. This was steady, intentional, human. My bladder's urgency suddenly seemed insignificant compared to the growing dread that pooled in my stomach. Someone was outside our tent, inches away from where we slept, digging into the earth with what sounded like bare hands. The rational part of my mind offered explanations. Another camper looking for something they'd dropped, a forest ranger checking the soil, even a researcher collecting samples. But at this hour, in this isolated spot, the excuses withered as the scratching continued, metronomic and disturbing. I glanced at Joseph again, debating whether to wake him. Would he think I was overreacting? The scratching grew slightly louder, more vigorous, as if whoever or whatever was outside had found renewed purpose in their task. With my breath caught in my throat, I paused, listening for any sign it had moved away. When the sound didn't fade, I gathered what little courage remained and inched toward the tent flap. My fingers trembled as they found the cold metal of the zipper. I eased the tent zipper open just a bit, wincing at each small click of metal teeth separating. A slice of moonlight spilled in, illuminating the forest floor. At first, all I could see were shadows of shrubs and the outline of tall trunks, their bark silvered by moonlight. Then I spotted movement a few feet to my left, a shape crouched low against the ground. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I realized it was a woman. She looked surprisingly young, perhaps in her 20s, with hair tangled and hanging around her face in clumps. She was so close to our tent that I wondered how I hadn't heard her approach. She was digging into the soil with her bare hands, scooping out little clumps of dirt as if unearthing some hidden treasure. There was something profoundly disturbing about her posture. She moved in slow, careful motions, almost like she was in a trance. Her fingers curved like claws, nails caked with earth, scraping deeper into the growing hole beside our tent. I tried to steady myself, but my pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out every other sound. I kept glancing back to Joseph, who was still cluelessly asleep. The moonlight cast bizarre shadows across the woman's face, hollowing her cheeks and darkening her eye sockets until she looked almost skeletal. The idea of confronting a stranger in the middle of nowhere left me frozen with indecision. For a second, I considered zipping the tent closed and pretending I hadn't seen her. But what if she needed help? What if she was injured or lost? Or worse, what if she meant us harm? The question alone made my skin prickle with goose flesh. So I shuffled backward and nudged Joseph awake. In a hushed whisper, I told him there was someone right outside. His eyes snapped open, instantly alert, in a way that told me he recognized the tension in my voice. He followed my gaze to the half-open zipper. Without hesitating, he reached for our flashlight. I stayed low, peeking over his shoulder as he directed a small beam of light toward the figure. She barely reacted, just paused her digging for a moment, as if considering whether the interruption was worth acknowledging. The beam lit up her face. A mixture of dirt and sweat clung to her skin, and her eyes had a distant look, unfocused and glassy, as if she wasn't fully present in that moment. "Hey, are you okay?" Joseph called out, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness of the forest. But she didn't respond. She just slowly stood, letting the loose earth drop from her fingertips. For a heartbeat, I thought she might lash out or speak, but she remained silent, her expression blank, yet somehow intense. Then, in one fluid motion, she turned and walked deeper into the darkness, leaving that shallow hole right next to our tent. Joseph and I exchanged a look of disbelief. Part of me wanted to chase her down, find out who she was and what she was doing, but common sense said otherwise. The isolation of the place was suddenly overwhelming. We were miles from the nearest road, farther still from other people who might help if things went wrong. After a few tense minutes of debate, I decided I still needed to step outside. I couldn't exactly hold it till dawn, so I unzipped the tent the rest of the way, scanning the shadows for any trace of the woman. The night air felt colder than it had an hour before, seeping through my jacket and raising goosebumps along my arms. Every tree took on a menacing outline, branches reaching like gnarled fingers. Shadows pooled in unexpected places, creating pockets of absolute darkness where anything might hide. My husband stood guard, flashlight sweeping left and right, while I tended to my business just a few feet from our tent. No sign of the strange woman anywhere, but the unease lingered, a weight pressing against my chest. Once I returned to the tent, we tried to settle down again. We talked in hushed tones, speculating on what we had just witnessed. Was she a lost hiker? A local who wandered away from another campsite? Someone with mental health issues who'd found her way deep into the forest? Neither explanation felt quite right. "I don't like this," Joseph whispered, still clutching the flashlight. "She was digging right next to where we're sleeping." What could she possibly be looking for? I wondered aloud, my imagination conjuring images of buried items, weapons, evidence, human remains. Each possibility seemed more disturbing than the last. The hole itself troubled me, not quite a foot deep, roughly circular, dug with obvious purpose, not random scratching or animal foraging. She had been looking for something specific, or perhaps preparing to place something there. Exhaustion eventually won out over adrenaline, and we lay back down, the zipper firmly closed. I closed my eyes, trying to slow my racing thoughts, hoping the rest of the night would pass quietly. But every time the wind rustled the leaves, I braced for the possibility of seeing her again, crouched just inches away from where we lay. The tent suddenly felt too thin, almost transparent, like no barrier at all between us and whatever lurked in the forest. The nylon walls that had seemed sturdy enough hours ago now felt like tissue paper, offering no real protection. I think I drifted off for a bit, though my dreams were uneasy fragments of pursuit and discovery. My mind kept returning to the sight of her, kneeling in the moonlight, nails scratching into the dirt, and that hollow expression on her face, the kind that hinted at some buried distress or a reality far different from ours. Joseph stayed awake longer, I could tell. He shifted around, hands gripping the flashlight as if waiting for her to come back. That was how the first part of the night played out. Two people in a campsite that had seemed so comforting just hours before, now wrestling with the notion that safety can vanish with one bizarre encounter. We had no clue what would happen next, or if this stranger would return. All we could do was lie there, ears straining for another hint of movement, waiting for dawn and hoping she wouldn't appear again. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I recall is being startled awake by a metallic rattle just outside the tent. It took me a second to realize it wasn't part of a dream. No, this was real, a sound of something or someone picking through our gear. My insides twisted at the thought that the stranger from before was back. I turned my head and saw Joseph's eyes snap open too. Neither of us spoke. We just locked gazes, letting the clattering go on for a tense moment before deciding to act. He unzipped the door as quietly as he could, stepping out with the flashlight in hand. I poked my head out right behind him, my pulse pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Sure enough, she was there, the same person, the same filthy clothes and unkempt hair. Only now she seemed deeply absorbed in our supplies. Pots and utensils were scattered around her feet. She crouched low, head tilted, as if the items themselves were more fascinating than we were. She hadn't tried to take off with anything, but the way she examined our belongings left me unnerved. There was an eerie curiosity in her expression, almost childlike, but it clashed with the rest of her disheveled appearance. She turned a metal spork over in her hands, studying it with an intensity that seemed wildly disproportionate. Joseph called out to her, not exactly shouting, but loud enough to cut through the hush of the forest. "Hey, that's ours. Do you need help or something?" His voice betrayed the tension he was feeling, a slight tremor undermining his attempt at authority. The flashlight beam fell across her face, revealing eyes that glinted in the harsh light. She lifted her head, letting a small metal cup clatter from her grip. She didn't move or speak, just stared. I tried to read something, anything in her eyes, but came up blank. Was she hostile, confused, lost? My thoughts were all over the place. A heavy knot tightened in my gut as I realized how vulnerable we were. Joseph was still trying to get through to her, asking if she was okay, if she needed food or water or directions. But she offered no explanation, no hint at what she might want. She just held that unnerving stare. It was as if our words weren't registering. Or maybe she just didn't care. Before I could even decide what to do, Joseph backed away, retreating to the tent flap. He couldn't force her to leave without risking a full confrontation. Neither of us wanted that. We were out here alone, in the middle of nowhere, with no quick way to call for assistance. If she didn't budge, we were at a disadvantage. I stood there in the open air for a moment, wondering if maybe I could reason with her. but I froze, tongue-tied and overwhelmed by her strange presence. She looked at me, and the flashlight beam caught a smudge of dirt across her cheek that gave her a feral quality. Slowly, she lowered herself back into a crouch, rummaging around our stuff with total disregard for the tension in the air. A million scenarios bounced around my head. Should we pack up and leave? Confront her more forcefully? Try to communicate again? My instincts screamed that a person who acted this way wasn't going to respond to normal logic, so I decided to return to the tent, quietly zipping the door shut behind me and Joseph. The two of us sat there for several minutes, listening to every scrape and shuffle outside. It felt like we were stranded in a surreal standoff with no clear path out. "What do we do?" I whispered, clutching Joseph's arm. "She's not stealing anything, she's just examining everything." "I don't know," he admitted, "but I don't like it. There's something wrong with her." Eventually, the rummaging sounds faded. I exhaled, trying to settle the hammering in my chest. Maybe she'd move on. Maybe this would become just another bizarre campfire story. But then the digging returned, the same slow, deliberate scraping near the side of the tent. I realized she was back at that little hole she'd started. The sound felt closer than ever, like she was practically inches from my head. We both jumped when I finally shouted through the tent walls, telling her to stop. The instant the words left my mouth, there was a frantic shuffle. It reminded me of the way a startled animal might tear through the brush. I scrambled to peer outside, but by the time I got the zipper partway open, she was gone. Just darkness, shifting shadows, and the faint rustling of leaves. The hole beside our tent was now nearly a foot deep. Joseph grabbed the flashlight and stepped outside, sweeping the beam across the clearing. No sign of her, but something caught his attention in the freshly dug hole. "There's something here," he said, voice tight with tension. I moved beside him, peering down into the dark pit. At first I saw nothing but dirt and small stones. Then the flashlight beam caught something pale, a flash of white against the dark soil. Joseph knelt, hesitated, then reached into the hole. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to touch whatever was buried there. But curiosity overrode my caution. He pulled out a small object and held it up to the light. It was a tooth, a human molar, roots intact, with dirt still clinging to it. "Oh God," I whispered, recoiling. "Is that real?" Joseph turned it over in his palm, his face draining of color. "It looks real, and fresh." The implication hung in the air between us. Where had it come from? Who did it belong to? And why was this strange woman digging it up in the middle of the night? We didn't sleep well after that. Every passing minute dragged on while we waited for her to return. Joseph gripped the flashlight, occasionally shining it through the thin fabric of the tent to see if anyone was out there. The forest seemed to close in, thick with tension. I couldn't manage to keep my eyes shut for more than a minute or two before some small rustle made me start all over again. Dawn came at last, bringing a weak sliver of gray light through the canopy. We cautiously unzipped the tent, feeling like intruders on our own campsite. Our gear was scattered over the area: cookware, water bottles, clothing items. She had touched everything, inspected it, then tossed it aside. The only thing more unsettling than that chaos was the hole now dug nearly a foot deep beside our tent. No obvious reason, just a hole, as if that had been her main objective all along. The tooth lay where Joseph had placed it on a flat rock, a mute testimony to something we couldn't comprehend. My husband and I scanned the area, but she was nowhere to be found. No footprints beyond some smudges of dirt, no sign of another tent or bag of her own, just our stuff left in disarray. We collected what we could, still half expecting her to materialize from behind a tree. "We need to report this," Joseph said, stuffing his sleeping bag into its compression sack with jerky movements, "to the rangers or police or someone." I nodded, though the prospect of explaining what happened made me doubt we'd be taken seriously. A strange woman digging holes and examining camping gear. It sounded absurd in the morning light, despite the evidence scattered around us. "What about the tooth?" I asked, not wanting to touch it, but equally reluctant to leave it behind. Joseph considered for a moment, then pulled out a small Ziploc bag we used for food storage. He carefully placed the tooth inside, sealing it shut. "Evidence," he said grimly. As we packed, I noticed something we'd missed in the night. A series of small holes similar to the one by our tent, forming a rough line leading into the trees. Each about the same size, each seemingly dug by hand, spaced about 10 feet apart. "Joseph," I called, pointing. "Look at this." He joined me, following my gaze to the line of excavations. "How many are there?" We followed the trail of holes into the woods, counting as we went. 6, 7, 8. They continued in a straight line, each one freshly dug. At the 9th hole we found another tooth, and a fingernail in the 10th. Part of me was still braced for her to appear again, maybe running at us or circling the site in that awkward crouch. But the forest remained still, watching us with green indifference as we hurried back to break down our tent. We left that clearing with an odd mixture of guilt and relief. Guilt for not being able to help someone who, for all we knew, needed it desperately. Relief for escaping an encounter that felt steeped in danger, even if it never escalated into outright violence. During the entire hike back, I kept twisting around to see if she was following us. The shadows seemed to move at the corner of my vision, but I never saw her again. By the time we reached the safer, more populated trails, I realized I had been holding my breath in tense bursts. We reported the incident at the ranger station, showing them the tooth and describing the woman and the line of holes. They took our statement with professional concern, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They promised to investigate, to send someone to check the area. I wonder if they ever did. The tooth, they told us, would be turned over to the proper authorities. We never heard what became of it. Whether it was human or animal, recent or ancient, significant or meaningless. Some questions remain unanswered no matter how desperately you want closure. That night, safe in our own bedroom, miles from the forest, I still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the house settling made me tense. I kept seeing her face in my mind, that vacant stare, the dirt-streaked skin, the methodical way she dug into the earth as if compelled by some force beyond reasoning. Joseph suggested we stop camping for a while. I agreed, though something in me resisted the idea of letting one disturbing encounter rob us of something we loved. Still, whenever I close my eyes and imagine a tent around me, I hear the scratching again. Nails against soil, searching, always searching. Looking back, it's the most unnerving experience I've had, worse than storms or wildlife or anything else you typically worry about in the wilderness. Because when it's a person acting that way, you can't predict what's going to happen. You can't understand their motivations or anticipate their next move. The unknown lingers, creeping under your skin, reminding you that, out in the wild, your sense of safety can shatter without warning. And all it takes is one stranger with a strange agenda. Sometimes I wonder who she was. What drove her to dig those holes in the dark? What significance did those buried items hold? Was she placing them or retrieving them? Was she dangerous or damaged or both? I'll never know. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I imagine her still out there in those woods, crouched low to the ground, fingers working methodically into the soil, still digging, still searching, and finding things that should perhaps remain buried. And I wonder, with a shudder that refuses to fade even years later, if someday she'll dig up something far worse than a tooth. Or if someday someone will find her, a mystery buried in the forest soil, with no explanation for the line of holes she left behind. Growing up in a military family meant constant change, but Utah's mountains provided stability in my ever-shifting childhood. My father served as a technical sergeant at Hill Air Force Base, which stationed us in northern Utah throughout most of my formative years. The rugged terrain surrounding our temporary home became our weekend sanctuary, particularly Farmington Canyon with its dramatic elevation changes and dense forests. The landscape transformed with the seasons. Summer brought verdant hillsides dotted with wildflowers. Autumn painted the mountainsides with brilliant crimson and amber hues. Winter draped everything in pristine snowfall, and spring introduced tender green shoots, pushing through melting frost. But autumn held a special magic for our family outings. The canyon's transformation each September into October created a natural cathedral of color that drew us back repeatedly. My father, James, despite his military precision in most matters, harbored a profound appreciation for wilderness that seemed at odds with his structured professional life. My mother, Catherine, supported these excursions with methodical planning and preparation, packing provisions with the same careful attention she gave to maintaining our household during my father's occasional deployments. My older brother Patrick and younger sister Joanna completed our family unit, along with our two loyal dogs, Rusty, a chocolate Labrador with graying muzzle, and Scout, a younger border collie mix with boundless energy. The canyon road itself demanded respect. A narrow dirt path carved into the mountainside, it twisted upward with hairpin turns that left passengers clutching door handles with whitened knuckles. On one side, the road hugged sheer rock faces that occasionally shed small stones onto the path. On the other, a precipitous drop offered unobstructed views of the valley below, breathtaking but terrifying when considered from the perspective of vehicle safety. During busier seasons, passing another vehicle required careful negotiation and sometimes necessitated one driver backing up to a wider section. I recall pressing myself against the car door during these maneuvers, peering down at the miniature trees hundreds of feet below, my stomach tightening as vertigo threatened to overwhelm me. Despite the treacherous approach, or perhaps partly because of it, Farmington Canyon represented adventure and escape in my young mind. The journey transformed us, changing my father from a stern military man to an enthusiastic guide, my mother from a worried homemaker to a confident outdoors woman, and us children from bickering siblings to united explorers. In retrospect, I recognize how these early experiences shaped my relationship with nature, teaching me both deep appreciation and healthy caution. The mountains never promised safety, only authenticity. They stood indifferent to human presence, neither welcoming nor rejecting us. We were merely temporary visitors in an ancient landscape that would remain long after our departure. This understanding hadn't fully formed in my 11-year-old mind during that autumn of 1994, but I already sensed the dual nature of wilderness, its beauty and its danger inextricably linked. If I had truly comprehended what awaited us on that particular October weekend, perhaps I would have fabricated an illness or school obligation to avoid the trip altogether. Instead, I bounded into the garage that Friday afternoon, eager to help load camping gear into our aging station wagon, blissfully unaware that the mountains held terrors beyond my imagination. The camping trip began like most others, with organized chaos. My father had secured a rare 3-day weekend, unusual for his maintenance supervision role at the base. My mother viewed the opportunity as providential, noting how perfectly it aligned with peak foliage season. School had released us for a teacher workday that Friday, providing the perfect opportunity for an extended wilderness excursion. What made this trip different was the sleeping arrangement. Typically, Dad's chronic back pain, the result of years working on aircraft in awkward positions, dictated our accommodation choices. We either completed day hikes concluding with the comfort of our own beds or secured basic cabin rentals for overnight stays. But this autumn marked a departure from tradition. 2 weeks prior, my father had spotted a vintage canvas tent at a neighborhood garage sale, an olive-drab relic from the 1970s that smelled faintly of basement storage but remained structurally sound. It's military grade, he'd proudly announced upon bringing it home, despite my mother's skeptical expression. Proper ventilation, waterproof floor, and enough room for all of us. His enthusiasm proved infectious, particularly for me. The prospect of sleeping under canvas with nothing but nylon and aluminum separating us from the wilderness ignited my imagination. True camping, like the adventurers in my dog-eared nature magazines experienced. Friday morning arrived with perfect autumn weather, crisp air that hinted at the coming winter but remained comfortable enough for outdoor exploration. We packed methodically, following my father's military-influenced system. Sleeping bags were rolled tightly and secured with nylon straps. Food supplies were organized in plastic containers, separated by meal. Clothing was packed in individual duffels, one per family member, with Joanna's significantly larger despite her smaller size. Got the first aid kit? Dad asked Mom, checking items against his handwritten list. Right here, she responded, patting a red canvas bag. Added extra bandages and the new antibiotic ointment. Excellent. He nodded approvingly. Patrick, check the flashlights. Make sure batteries are fresh. This methodical preparation continued until mid-afternoon when we finally piled into the station wagon. The dogs sensed our excitement, circling the vehicle and whining until permitted to jump into the cargo area, where they promptly created nests among the sleeping bags. The drive to Farmington Canyon took approximately an hour from our Layton suburb. Initial highways gave way to increasingly narrow roads, eventually transitioning to the infamous dirt track that ascended the canyon. As always, this portion of the journey demanded complete concentration from my father and produced tense silence from the rest of us. Keep your eyes on the road, Dad, Patrick murmured unnecessarily as we navigated a particularly tight curve with an exposed edge. Always do, son, came the measured response, though I noticed his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. By late afternoon, we reached our destination, a small clearing near Farmington Creek, where the gurgling water provided constant ambient sound. The site offered privacy, located away from the more popular camping areas closer to the canyon entrance. My father had discovered this spot years earlier during a solo hike and returned to it whenever possible, considering it our unofficial family territory. The clearing provided just enough level ground for our tent, with space remaining for a small fire pit ringed by rocks. Tall pines surrounded us on 3 sides, their branches creating a partial canopy that filtered the diminishing sunlight into dappled patterns. The creek formed the 4th boundary, its clear mountain water flowing over smooth rocks with hypnotic consistency. We unloaded efficiently, establishing camp before darkness descended. The tent proved more challenging than anticipated, its vintage design lacking the color-coded simplicity of modern camping equipment. Nevertheless, my father's determination eventually yielded a structurally sound shelter, if somewhat lopsided in appearance. Home sweet home, he declared, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Scout and Rusty explored the perimeter, occasionally disappearing into the underbrush only to return minutes later, tongues lolling with excitement. Their obvious joy amplified our own, creating a festive atmosphere as we completed our settlement. As we organized sleeping arrangements inside the tent, I claimed a corner position, placing my sleeping bag where the canvas wall met the ground. This location offered a small triangular pocket perfect for stashing my flashlight and pocket knife, a recent birthday gift from my grandfather that my mother permitted me to carry only on camping trips. The fading daylight urged us to complete our preparations. My father gathered wood for the fire while my mother unpacked dinner supplies. Patrick and Joanna filled water containers at the creek, and I arranged stones for our fire pit, carefully creating a circular barrier as I'd been taught in Boy Scouts. None of us suspected that this ordinary beginning would evolve into something so drastically different from our previous expeditions. The mountains revealed nothing of their intentions as we settled into our temporary wilderness home, laughing and planning the weekend's activities with innocent enthusiasm. Dinner that evening consisted of hot dogs roasted over open flames, baked beans heated in their can nestled among the coals, and potato chips, a traditional first-night camping meal that represented luxury to our young palates. The simplicity of food cooked outdoors somehow transformed ordinary ingredients into extraordinary cuisine. We sat on fallen logs positioned around the fire pit, passing condiments and sharing observations about the day. "Did you notice the eagle soaring above us during setup?" my father asked, gesturing toward the ridgeline to our east. "Golden eagle," Patrick corrected with teenager certainty. "You can tell by the wingspan and coloration." Whatever it was beautiful, my mother contributed, her expression softening in the firelight. Conversation flowed easily, punctuated by the snap of burning wood and occasional barks from the dogs pursuing scents at the clearing's edge. As the sky darkened to indigo, then black, stars emerged with surprising brightness. Away from city lights, the heavens revealed themselves in spectacular detail, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like spilled sugar. "Can I tell the story about the lost miners?" Patrick asked, his voice dropping dramatically as he glanced toward me and Joanna. "Not too scary," Mom cautioned, giving him a meaningful look. "It's history, not horror," he protested, though his mischievous smile suggested otherwise. Patrick proceeded to recount a supposedly true tale about 19th century prospectors who vanished in these mountains during an early snowstorm. According to local legend, their ghosts still searched for shelter on particularly cold nights. While I recognized his storytelling techniques, the lowered voice, strategic pauses, and widened eyes, his narrative still produced the desired effect. A shiver traversed my body despite the fire's warmth. "They say you can hear their pickaxes hitting rock deep in the mountain," he concluded ominously. "Tap, tap, tap, getting closer when you least expect it." "That's enough, Patrick," my father interrupted, noting Joanna's wide eyes. "Remember, we're sleeping outdoors tonight." The conversation shifted to less frightening topics: school projects, Dad's work challenges, and plans for exploring the surrounding area tomorrow. Yet Patrick's story lingered in my consciousness, coloring my perception of the darkened forest beyond our fire's illumination. Shadows seemed to move among the trees, though rationally I understood this as merely flames casting flickering light against trunks and branches. After dinner, we cleaned up according to my father's strict outdoor ethics. All trash collected, food remnants buried away from camp, cooking implements washed in the creek and dried. "Leave no trace," he often reminded us. "The wilderness isn't our garbage can." The evening concluded with marshmallows roasted over glowing embers. My father demonstrated proper technique, patience, and slow rotation rather than plunging the marshmallow directly into flames. Despite his instruction, Joanna's marshmallow inevitably caught fire, requiring quick intervention to prevent complete incineration. "You've got to pay attention," I advised her with assumed expertise, despite having burned numerous marshmallows myself over the years. As the fire diminished to glowing coals, my father checked his watch and announced bedtime, early start tomorrow if we want to hike to the upper falls. We doused the fire thoroughly, my father pouring water from our canteen while Patrick and I stirred the embers with sticks, ensuring complete extinguishment. Steam rose with a satisfying hiss, carrying the scent of wet ash. Safety procedures completed, we retreated to the tent, brushing teeth using water bottles and spitting into the surrounding vegetation. Inside our canvas shelter, sleeping bags were arranged in neat rows, parents on the outer edges, children between them. The dogs settled at the foot of our makeshift beds, Rusty's experienced calm contrasting with Scout's restless circling before finally settling. My father switched off the lantern, plunging us into darkness, relieved only by moonlight filtering through the canvas. The material transformed into a pale screen displaying shadow puppetry as branches moved in the gentle night breeze. Ambient sounds intensified in the darkness. The perpetual gurgle of the creek, rustling leaves, and occasional unidentifiable woodland noises. "Good night, everyone," my mother's voice came softly from the darkness. "Sleep well." A chorus of responses followed, mine among them, though my mind remained active, processing the day's experiences and anticipating tomorrow's adventures. Eventually, the rhythmic sounds of nature combined with physical fatigue from the day's activities lulled me toward unconsciousness. My last conscious thought before drifting off centered on gratitude for this rare tent camping experience and the perfect autumn weather that made it possible. Sleep claimed me gradually, peaceful and deep, a stark contrast to the awakening that awaited me later that night. I cannot precisely identify what initially disturbed my slumber. Perhaps it was a subtle change in temperature as the night deepened, or an unusual gap in the ambient sounds that had accompanied my descent into sleep. Whatever the trigger, consciousness returned abruptly, my eyes opening to unfamiliar darkness. Momentary disorientation gripped me. The softness beneath me wasn't my mattress. The ceiling above wasn't adorned with glow-in-the-dark stars. Then reality reasserted itself. The camping trip, Farmington Canyon, our vintage tent. I blinked, allowing my vision to adjust to the minimal light filtering through the canvas. The first aberration I noticed was Rusty's posture. The normally relaxed Labrador sat rigidly alert at the tent's entrance, his attention focused outside. A continuous, low-frequency growl emanated from his throat. Not the playful warning he offered squirrels or rabbits, but something deeper, more primal. His silhouette showed raised hackles along his spine, transforming his familiar outline into something almost prehistoric. Beside him, Scout mirrored this vigilance, though the younger dog's anxiety manifested as trembling rather than vocalization. Both animals stared fixedly at the tent flap, as though tracking movement beyond our shelter. My initial assumption aligned with Patrick's earlier hypothesis: nocturnal wildlife investigating our campsite. The mountains housed various creatures that might find our food remnants enticing despite our careful cleanup: raccoons, foxes, perhaps even a black bear. While concerning, such visitors represented a natural component of wilderness camping. This rationalization collapsed when I discerned the distinctive sound piercing the night's background noise. Footsteps. Human footsteps. The unmistakable crunch of boots on forest detritus. Deliberate, measured, and unquestionably bipedal. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. Someone circled our campsite. The realization paralyzed me. My muscles contracted involuntarily, rendering me immobile in my sleeping bag. Even breathing seemed dangerous, as though the slight movement might attract unwanted attention from whatever prowled outside. The footsteps continued their perimeter patrol, approaching the creek side before retreating toward the denser forest. Occasionally they stopped entirely, creating moments of excruciating silence during which my imagination supplied horrifying possibilities. Why would someone circle our tent in the middle of the night? What did they want? The questions generated terrifying scenarios in my young mind. I strained to discern any additional information: voices, mechanical sounds, anything that might contextualize this nocturnal visitor. Nothing supplemented the footsteps except the continuing canine warning system. Rusty's growl deepened as the steps approached our tent's entrance, the sound emanating from deep in his chest. The unknown visitor paused directly outside our shelter. Even through canvas, I sensed a presence. Someone standing motionless, perhaps evaluating our vulnerability. The dog's reactions intensified proportionally, Scout joining Rusty's vocal alarm with a higher-pitched contribution. I desperately wanted to wake my parents, but feared attracting attention. Instead, I remained paralyzed, listening as metal clinked against metal, perhaps our cooking equipment being examined, or worse, the car being tested for entry. My mind flashed to valuables left in the vehicle: my mother's purse containing identification and credit cards, my father's wallet in the glove compartment, Patrick's portable CD player. The footsteps resumed, now accompanied by additional sounds: rustling through our supplies, the zip of a backpack being opened, plastic containers shifting against each other. Our visitor rifled through our campsite with disturbing confidence. An unexpected sound finally broke my terrified inertia: a gentle pressure on my shoulder. I nearly gasped aloud before recognizing my father's hand. His face materialized beside mine, finger pressed to lips signaling silence. His eyes communicated what words couldn't. He too was awake, aware, and formulating a response. A subtle shift in tension throughout the tent suggested everyone had awakened. My mother's controlled breathing sounded from across the tent, while Patrick's sleeping bag rustled as he undoubtedly reached for the pocket knife he insisted on keeping nearby. Outside, the intruder continued investigating our belongings with methodical thoroughness. Each sound painted partial images in my mind: our cooler being opened, camp chairs being shifted, something metal tapping against stone. The casual entitlement in these actions somehow magnified their menace. This wasn't a panicked thief grabbing accessible items, but someone comfortable taking their time and violating our temporary home. Without warning, Scout's growl transformed into a sharp, authoritative bark, the sound he produced when genuinely threatened rather than merely alert. The sudden noise shattered the night's uneasy equilibrium. The footsteps instantly changed character, no longer measured, but rapid and urgent. They retreated from our immediate vicinity, crashing through underbrush with newfound haste. The dogs lunged against the tent flap, responding to the movement with increased aggression, their bodies pressing against the canvas in attempted pursuit. "Stay," my father commanded in a harsh whisper, restraining Rusty by the collar while my mother secured Scout. We remained frozen, straining to track the retreating footsteps as they diminished into the surrounding forest. Even after they faded beyond audibility, we maintained our vigilant silence, listening for any indication of return. Minutes passed with excruciating slowness. Eventually, my father activated his flashlight, illuminating our tense faces within the confined space. His expression revealed calculation rather than panic, the strategic assessment of a military man evaluating tactical options. Everyone okay? He whispered, receiving nervous nods in response. What was that? Joanna's voice trembled, barely audible. Someone checking out our camp, my father responded, his deliberate calmness clearly intended to minimize our fear. But they're gone now. For how long? Patrick challenged, voicing the question dominating my thoughts. My father's hesitation provided the answer his words wouldn't. We're not waiting to find out. Pack up, quickly and quietly. My father's instructions emerged as calm directives despite the circumstances. He functioned with military efficiency, assigning tasks while simultaneously retrieving his own belongings. Patrick, help your brother. Catherine, get Joanna's things together. I'll check outside first. This last statement produced immediate protest from my mother. James, you can't go out there, she hissed, grabbing his arm. Just to the immediate area, he clarified. I need to make sure they've truly gone before we start loading the car. The logic proved irrefutable, though it did nothing to diminish our collective anxiety. My father unzipped the tent flap with agonizing slowness to minimize noise. The dogs immediately attempted to exit, requiring Patrick's intervention to restrain them. My father disappeared into the darkness with only his flashlight, the beam sweeping methodically across our campsite. Those moments of separation stretched interminably. I pressed against my mother, drawing comfort from her proximity while imagining horrific scenarios unfolding beyond our canvas walls. When my father's face reappeared at the entrance, collective relief permeated the tent. Perimeter's clear, he reported, but they've been through our supplies. Coolers open, some food's missing. They tried the car but couldn't get in. This confirmation of tampering escalated our urgency. We emerged from the tent in careful sequence, each carrying personal belongings. The night air felt unnaturally cold against my skin, or perhaps adrenaline amplified my sensitivity. Moonlight illuminated the clearing with ghostly blue-white light, transforming familiar objects into unfamiliar silhouettes. Keep close, my father instructed. No one wanders off. We worked with unprecedented efficiency, dismantling our temporary home through choreographed cooperation. My mother supervised Patrick and me as we collapsed the tent, struggling with unfamiliar mechanisms while my father secured our scattered supplies. Joanna maintained a death grip on both dogs' leashes, positioned at the center of our activity where everyone could monitor her safety. The disassembly lacked our usual methodical organization. Sleeping bags were stuffed rather than rolled, tent poles haphazardly collected, cooking equipment jumbled together without cleaning. My father's wilderness ethics temporarily suspended in favor of expedient departure. Throughout this process, we maintained hypervigilance, each unexpected forest sound triggering momentary paralysis. The crack of a distant branch breaking produced synchronized head turns and held breath. Even the creek's constant burble occasionally sounded threatening, its natural rhythm suddenly seeming to contain footsteps or voices. Our visitor's identity remained unknown, though theories formed in my young mind. Perhaps a desperate hiker seeking supplies or teenagers from nearby communities looking for easy theft targets. More disturbing possibilities lingered at the edges of my thoughts. Individuals with predatory intent beyond mere property crime. Loading the station wagon presented unique challenges. Our original careful packing had maximized available space, a configuration impossible to replicate in hasty retreat. Items were wedged wherever they fit, creating precarious arrangements that would undoubtedly shift during our canyon descent. We're leaving some things behind, my father announced after surveying our remaining equipment and the vehicle's capacity, non-essentials only. This practical decision still felt like defeat. Abandoned items included our campfire grill, several folding chairs, and miscellaneous cooking utensils. Each represented financial investment and future inconvenience, but no object warranted extended exposure to potential danger. The car's interior quickly transformed into cramped quarters. Joanna sat on my mother's lap in the front passenger seat despite seatbelt regulations, while Patrick and I compressed ourselves among duffel bags and sleeping bags in the back. The dogs occupied the rear cargo area, still alert and occasionally growling toward the darkened forest. My father performed a final sweep of the campsite, flashlight illuminating our hasty departure's evidence. He returned to the vehicle, expression grim. "We're missing more than I initially thought," he reported, starting the engine. "Flashlights, some food, Patrick's backpack." "My knife collection was in there," Patrick lamented, his typical teenage bravado temporarily suspended by genuine distress. The station wagon's headlights carved twin tunnels through absolute darkness as we oriented toward the access road. Our usual departure procedure included multiple equipment checks and careful route planning. This exit featured none of these precautions, simply immediate, necessary flight. The dashboard clock displayed 1:17 a.m. as we began our descent. Under normal circumstances, navigating Farmington Canyon's treacherous road during daylight hours demanded complete concentration. Attempting the same journey in darkness multiplied the challenge exponentially. My father drove with uncharacteristic intensity, hands gripping the steering wheel at precise positions. His focus remained entirely on the narrow dirt track illuminated by our headlights, the drop-off beside us occasionally visible as a void of absolute blackness. "Everyone keep your eyes open," he instructed. "Watch for movement in the trees." This request seemed unnecessary. None of us could have closed our eyes had we wanted to. Every sense remained heightened to uncomfortable awareness, my vision straining to penetrate darkness beyond our headlights' reach. The forest pressed close against the roadway, branches occasionally scraping against the vehicle's sides like skeletal fingers testing our defenses. Approximately 10 minutes into our descent, headlights appeared behind us, distant at first, but steadily gaining ground. The unexpected presence of another vehicle at this hour immediately raised alarm throughout our car. "Is that them?" my mother asked, voice tight with renewed fear. "Could be campers from another site," my father responded, though his skepticism suggested otherwise. "Maybe college students heading back early." The approaching vehicle maintained consistent distance, neither overtaking nor falling behind. Its presence created a new focus for our collective anxiety. The possibility that our campsite visitor had vehicular transportation and potentially malicious intent beyond opportunistic theft. When the road widened slightly at a switchback, my father pulled partially aside, allowing the following vehicle opportunity to pass if desired. It slowed but maintained position behind us, headlights illuminating our car's interior through the rear window. The dogs responded with renewed barking, sensing our unease. "I can't see who's driving," Patrick reported, twisting in his seat for better visibility. "Too much glare from their lights." After an excruciating moment, the vehicle accelerated, pulling alongside rather than behind us. The narrow road barely accommodated two vehicles abreast, our passenger side wheels uncomfortably close to the precipitous edge. Through tinted windows, I glimpsed multiple occupants, at least 3 figures visible as silhouettes against their dashboard lights. For one terrible moment, I imagined forced confrontation, our family stranded if they blocked the road ahead. Instead, the vehicle accelerated past us, continuing downward at unsafe speed, dust billowing in their wake. "College kids," my father pronounced with obvious relief, though tension remained in his posture. "Probably up drinking, and decided to head back." Whether this assessment was accurate or intended to reassure us remained unclear. Regardless, the encounter added another layer to our already traumatic night. The reminder that unknown others shared these mountains with unpredictable intentions. Our descent continued with excruciating slowness. Each bend required careful navigation, the headlights revealing limited sections of road ahead. Occasionally, wildlife appeared at the periphery, deer eyes reflecting light before disappearing into undergrowth, a fox crossing hurriedly before our approach. By 2:30 a.m., we reached the canyon base, transitioning from dirt track to paved road with palpable relief. The increased traction and reduced danger from falling rocks produced noticeable relaxation throughout the vehicle. Civilization's proximity, evidenced by occasional roadside homes and eventual streetlights, further diminished our immediate fear. "We made it," my mother stated unnecessarily, reaching back to squeeze my knee. Her touch conveyed multiple messages: reassurance, shared experience, and implicit acknowledgement that something genuinely threatening had occurred. The remainder of our journey passed in comparative comfort, though adrenaline's recession left profound exhaustion in its wake. Even the dogs settled into uneasy sleep, their earlier vigilance depleted. By the time we reached our suburban neighborhood, Artificial normalcy had begun asserting itself. Streetlights, familiar landmarks, and the rhythm of civilization creating distance from our wilderness experience. Pulling into our driveway produced disproportionate relief. Home represented safety, walls and locks, and neighbors within shouting distance. We unloaded minimal essentials, sleeping bags and overnight bags containing toiletries, leaving the bulk of camping equipment for morning retrieval. Inside, familiar surroundings offered immediate comfort. Nevertheless, my father checked each window and door lock twice before allowing us to disperse to bedrooms. The routine security measures now carried heightened significance, protection against threats that had transitioned from abstract to concrete during our abbreviated camping trip. Despite exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Whenever I approached unconsciousness, remembered sounds intruded: footsteps circling our tent, Rusty's deep growl, branches breaking under unknown weight. My bedroom's familiar dimension suddenly seemed insufficient barrier against the darkness beyond. Dawn arrived with muted relief, gray light filtering through curtains to dispel night's most immediate fears. Yet something fundamental had changed. An innocence diminished, replaced by unwelcome knowledge about vulnerability and the darkness that potentially resided in others. Morning brought physical discomfort alongside psychological aftereffects. Muscles protested from tension maintained throughout the night, my jaw particularly sore from unconscious clenching. Nevertheless, daylight restored a semblance of normalcy as our family gathered in the kitchen, moving through familiar breakfast routines with mechanical precision. "Did everyone eventually get some sleep?" my father inquired, measuring coffee grounds with military exactness. Non-committal responses followed, shrugs, partial nods, mumbled affirmations that convinced no one. Dark circles beneath eyes testified to collective insomnia, particularly pronounced in my mother's normally vibrant face. "We should discuss what happened," she suggested, placing toast on the table without her usual arrangement aesthetics. "Try to make sense of it." This invitation prompted immediate theories from Patrick, who had apparently spent his sleepless hours constructing elaborate scenarios. "I bet it was poachers," he proposed, spreading strawberry jam with unusual concentration. "They operate at night and wouldn't want witnesses." "Wrong season for most game hunting," my father countered, though without dismissive tone. "Besides, poachers typically avoid campsites." "Thieves, then," my mother contributed, "looking for equipment or valuables." This explanation aligned most closely with evidence, our missing items and the attempted car entry. Yet something about it failed to satisfy completely. Pure theft motivation would likely have resulted in more efficient acquisition of valuables rather than the prolonged examination of our campsite. "Why circle the tent repeatedly?" I asked, voicing the question that had troubled my attempts at sleep. "Why not just take stuff and leave?" The silence following my inquiry contained unspoken adult concerns, considerations deemed inappropriate for children's ears despite our direct involvement in the experience. My father and mother exchanged meaningful glances, communicating without words. "Sometimes people who live in isolated areas develop unusual behaviors," my father finally offered, selecting words with obvious care. "Their social norms differ from ours." This explanation, deliberately vague, somehow increased rather than diminished my unease. It suggested our visitor might not have been a conventional criminal with comprehensible motivation, but something less predictable. An individual operating outside standard behavioral parameters. Joanna, silent until now, suddenly contributed her perspective with unsettling directness. "I think they wanted to hurt us." Her statement, delivered with childish certainty, crystallized fears we had collectively avoided articulating. The possibility that our nighttime visitor harbored violent intent rather than merely acquisitive motivation transformed an unsettling experience into something potentially traumatic. "We don't know that," my mother interjected quickly, reaching to stroke Joanna's hair. "And we're all safe now." "More likely they were checking if we were awake before taking our stuff," my father added with forced pragmatism. "The dogs alerted them to our wakefulness." This rational explanation offered comforting structure, though I sensed adult embellishment designed for children's consumption. Nevertheless, I embraced the interpretation, preferring theft motivation to alternatives too disturbing to contemplate. After breakfast, my father and Patrick departed to retrieve our abandoned equipment, the daylight excursion representing both practical necessity and symbolic reclamation. Their return several hours later brought unexpected information that reignited speculation. The campsite was completely cleared, my father reported, unloading the remaining tent components from the car. Nothing left behind. This development proved surprising given our hasty departure. We had reconciled ourselves to permanent loss of multiple items. Someone folded the chairs and stacked them neatly, Patrick added, his expression betraying confusion. Even the cooking grate was cleaned and packed in its original bag. "Did you see anyone else up there?" my mother asked, her face revealing renewed concern. "Not a soul," my father responded, "though we found these under a rock near where the tent stood." He produced Patrick's missing collection of pocket knives, arranged precisely in their fabric case. Nothing appeared damaged or missing, merely relocated from backpack to exposed position atop a prominent boulder near our former tent location. This deliberate placement defied conventional explanation. Thieves don't return valuable items in organized condition. Opportunistic campers discovering abandoned equipment might appropriate it for personal use, but wouldn't arrange it for original owner's retrieval. The careful presentation suggested intention beyond random criminality, a message encoded in objects rather than words. Maybe forest rangers, my mother proposed weakly, though we all recognized the improbability. Park officials would have left documentation or contacted authorities regarding abandoned equipment. More likely, whoever was circling found Patrick's name inside his backpack and felt guilty about taking a kid's stuff, my father suggested, his voice conveying uncertainty despite the reasonable hypothesis. The alternative remained unspoken. Our nighttime visitor had returned after our departure, meticulously organized our belongings, and placed Patrick's knives where they would certainly be discovered if we returned. The implication that they expected or hoped for our return contained disturbing possibilities none of us wished to verbalize. Throughout that weekend, our family maintained superficial normalcy while processing the experience through individual filters. My father increased household security measures, installing additional window locks and an alarm system keypad with uncharacteristic urgency. My mother kept the children unusually close, suggesting indoor activities despite perfect autumn weather. Patrick researched local news reports for similar incidents, finding nothing that matched our experience. Joanna expressed her processing through artwork, dark crayon drawings featuring shadowy figures circling tent-like structures. My own response manifested as hypervigilance. Every unexpected sound, branches against windows, the house settling at night, neighborhood dogs barking, triggered immediate adrenaline response. Sleep came reluctantly and departed easily, leaving me perpetually exhausted, yet unable to relax sufficiently for proper rest. Sunday evening, as we prepared for school and work resumption, my father initiated a family discussion that addressed the experience directly rather than through sidelong references. "What happened Friday night was frightening," he acknowledged, gathering us in the living room, "and it's natural to remain unsettled afterward." This validation of our ongoing discomfort provided surprising relief, permission to experience appropriate reactions rather than pretending complete recovery. "But we need perspective," he continued. "No one was hurt, property can be replaced, and we learned valuable lessons about situational awareness." His military background emerged in this framing, translating frightening experience into educational opportunity, extracting tactical value from potential trauma. While intellectually appropriate, the approach failed to address emotional components fully. My mother, recognizing this limitation, provided complementary perspective. "It's also okay to be scared afterward," she added, her expression gentle, "to need time before feeling comfortable camping again or to have trouble sleeping." This dual approach, pragmatic acknowledgement paired with emotional validation, created space for individual processing while maintaining family cohesion. We weren't required to pretend fearlessness, but neither would we allow fear to dominate our future choices. "We'll go camping again," my father stated with certainty. "Perhaps not that particular site, at least not immediately. but we won't surrender wilderness experiences because of one unsettling encounter. This declaration established important parameters, acknowledging impact without granting it permanent victory. We would modify behaviors based on experience, but not abandon activities integral to family identity. As preparations for the coming week concluded, superficial normalcy gradually transitioned toward genuine stability. School and work obligations provided structured distraction, reducing opportunity for extensive rumination. Household routines resumed with increased appreciation for their predictable safety. Nevertheless, something fundamental had shifted in our collective consciousness, particularly for us children. The world contained newly recognized dangers beyond those adults had previously acknowledged, not merely natural hazards like weather or wildlife, but human unpredictability lurking at civilization's margins. I understood for the first time that isolation created vulnerability regardless of physical preparation. Our careful packing, my father's military expertise, even our vigilant dogs had provided insufficient protection against nocturnal intrusion. Darkness contained threats beyond childhood imagination, and mountain beauty concealed potential danger alongside natural splendor. This knowledge represented premature introduction to adult awareness, the understanding that safety remains perpetually conditional rather than absolute. Our camping trip's abrupt conclusion marked transition from childhood's protected innocence toward more complex perception of reality's genuine parameters. The weeks following our abbreviated camping trip established new patterns within our household. Unspoken vigilance became standard procedure, doors checked multiple times before bedtime, windows secured regardless of pleasant weather, exterior lights activated from dusk until dawn. My father installed motion-detecting floodlights that transformed our backyard into momentary daylight whenever neighborhood cats traversed our property. School provided welcome distraction during daylight hours, though concentration proved challenging. Assignments that previously held my complete attention now competed with intrusive memories and hypervigilance that continued despite rational understanding of our current safety. My teacher noticed subdued classroom participation but attributed it to seasonal transition rather than specific incident. Sleep disturbances affected each family member differently. My father awakened instantly at minor household noises, conducting perimeter checks with flashlight in hand. My mother developed insomnia, often reading until early morning hours rather than attempting unsuccessful sleep. Patrick's response manifested as extensive research into wilderness safety protocols and defensive camping arrangements. Joanna simply crawled into our parents' bed most nights, seeking physical proximity as security against remembered fear. My own sleep patterns fragmented into brief periods of unconsciousness interrupted by sudden wakefulness. Dreams incorporated elements from our experience. Footsteps circling not tents but our suburban home, dogs growling at presences visible only to them, darkness containing watching entities just beyond perception's edge. I frequently awoke perspiring despite cool autumn temperatures, heart racing from threats encountered in unconsciousness. Approximately 3 weeks after the incident, an unexpected development disrupted our gradual progression toward normalcy. My father returned from work with uncharacteristic tension, evident in his posture and expression. The security office at base received an interesting report today, he announced during dinner, setting down his fork with deliberate care. Apparently, there's been concern about someone living in the canyon forests. This statement immediately captured complete attention. Conversations about school and work instantly forgotten. Forest rangers found evidence of long-term occupation in a cave system about 2 miles from where we camped, he continued, selecting words carefully while monitoring our reactions. Multiple sites, actually, with signs of habitation dating back several years. What kind of evidence? My mother asked, her voice maintaining deliberate calm for the children's benefit. Supplies arranged in caches, improvised shelters, some items clearly taken from campsites over time, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, clothing. The implications settled heavily across the table. Our nighttime visitor potentially represented not random criminal activity, but something more structured. An individual who had established territory that our campsite inadvertently violated. They're calling him the Canyon Watchman, unofficially, my father added, his expression revealing discomfort with such romanticized terminology. Apparently, there have been similar reports over several years, though nothing officially documented until now. Did they catch him? Patrick asked, leaning forward with intensity that combined fear and fascination. No. They found his shelters, but no occupant. Rangers think he spotted their increased patrols and relocated deeper into the wilderness. This information created conflicting responses. Confirmation that our experience represented genuine encounter rather than exaggerated interpretation provided validation. However, the suggestion that our visitor maintained ongoing presence in familiar recreation areas generated fresh concern about future wilderness activities. They think it's just one person? My mother questioned, her expression suggesting deeper worries about potential danger. Evidence points that way, my father replied. Single set of footprints at most locations, food supplies appropriate for individual consumption, nothing indicating group activity. Is he dangerous? Joanna asked directly, her young voice conveying the question dominating all our thoughts. My father paused noticeably before responding. There's no evidence of violence at any of the sites, mostly just observation. They found several makeshift platforms and trees overlooking popular camping areas. Apparently, he watches families camp. The statement's clinical delivery failed to diminish its disturbing implications. Our visitor likely hadn't encountered us randomly but had observed our arrival, setup, evening activities, and eventual sleep before approaching. The prolonged footsteps circling our tent represented not confusion, but deliberate examination, assessment of a known target rather than accidental discovery. Why would someone do that? I asked, genuine confusion underlying my question. The behavior pattern described seemed inexplicable, neither conventionally criminal nor merely eccentric, but something operating according to unknown motivation. Hard to say without speaking to him, my father responded with careful neutrality. Some people disconnect from society for various reasons. They develop different perspectives on appropriate behavior. This explanation, while factually accurate, contained deliberate omissions, adult knowledge filtered for children's consumption. Nevertheless, it provided sufficient framework for processing the information without intensifying existing anxiety. The Canyon Watchman revelation produced renewed community interest in wilderness security. Local newspapers published articles detailing ranger discoveries, including photographs of abandoned shelters and supply caches. Farmington Canyon temporarily closed to recreational use while authorities conducted thorough searches of adjacent wilderness areas. Our family's experience, previously confined to personal narrative, suddenly acquired broader context within community discourse. Neighbors inquired about details, friends expressed retroactive concern, and my father received multiple interview requests from local media outlets, all politely declined. This external validation provided unexpected therapeutic benefit. What had existed as isolated, potentially exaggerated experience transformed into documented phenomenon with official recognition. The transition from questionable personal perception to confirmed reality somehow diminished rather than intensified psychological impact. By mid-November, public interest inevitably diminished as newer concerns captured community attention. Rangers reopened recreational areas with increased patrol schedules, and canyon visitors gradually returned to normal activities. Our family, however, selected alternative locations for outdoor excursions, prioritizing popular, well-trafficked areas over isolated settings, regardless of their natural beauty. The incident's most enduring impact manifested in altered perception rather than specific behavioral changes. Wilderness retained its appeal, but acquired complexity beyond previous appreciation. Natural beauty remained evident, but now coexisted with awareness of human unpredictability, potentially concealed within scenic landscapes. For me particularly, the experience created lasting association between isolation and vulnerability. Dense forests that previously represented adventure now contained equal parts attraction and apprehension. Nighttime sounds acquired new significance, each unidentified noise potentially indicating human presence rather than natural processes. As winter approached and snow gradually transformed the mountainsides into gleaming white slopes, physical evidence of our encounter disappeared beneath seasonal accumulation. The canyon watchman, whether relocated or merely hibernating until spring, receded from immediate concern into occasional reminiscence. Nevertheless, subtle changes remain permanent. Increased attention to surroundings, modified recreation choices, and most significantly, altered understanding of wilderness itself. The mountains had revealed additional dimension beyond geological features and natural beauty, the potential for hidden human presence operating according to unknown parameters. This knowledge represented involuntary maturation rather than trauma, though elements of both coexisted in our processing. We had encountered genuine fear and emerged fundamentally unharmed, yet permanently changed. Our worldview expanded to include previously unacknowledged realities. By Christmas, surface normalcy had largely returned to our household. The camping equipment, thoroughly cleaned and meticulously inventoried, occupied its usual garage storage location. Casual references to future wilderness excursions entered conversation without triggering visible discomfort. Even sleep patterns gradually normalized, interrupted by only occasional nightmares or hypervigilant awakenings. Yet invisible boundaries had been established, unspoken parameters regarding acceptable risk and appropriate precaution. We would camp again, but differently, carrying extra awareness alongside traditional equipment. The wilderness remained beloved territory, but now contained acknowledged mystery beyond its natural characteristics. Human elements operating outside conventional social structures. This balanced perspective represented neither surrender to fear nor dismissal of genuine concern, but integration of experience into revised understanding. We had encountered darkness containing more than absence of light. It potentially contained watching presence, assessment without introduction, observation without explanation. This knowledge, once acquired, could never be unlearned. It remained permanent accompaniment to future wilderness experiences, neither dominating nor forgotten, but incorporated into more complex appreciation of natural environments and their unseen inhabitants. 30 years have passed since that autumn night in Farmington Canyon. My parents have retired to a southern Utah community surrounded by different mountains with their own mysteries. Patrick works as a wildlife biologist in the Pacific Northwest. His childhood fascination with nature translated into professional expertise. Joanna teaches elementary school in Colorado, her artistic tendencies now directed toward inspiring creativity in young students. I remained closest to our Utah origins, working as a park ranger in the very wilderness that once frightened me so profoundly. This career choice surprised no one more than myself, representing either ironic resolution or psychological compensation for childhood trauma, depending on therapeutic interpretation. The Canyon Watchman entered local folklore during the decades following our encounter. Occasional sightings continued throughout the late 1990s, gradually diminishing after millennium transition. Whether this represented successful relocation or more permanent departure remains undocumented. Rangers occasionally discover abandoned shelters in remote locations, though determining their origin proves impossible without direct contact. My professional responsibilities frequently position me in isolated wilderness settings similar to that fateful campsite. Modern equipment provides communication capabilities unavailable during childhood. Satellite phones, GPS tracking, emergency beacons, technological responses to timeless vulnerability. Nevertheless, certain situations still trigger momentary flashbacks. Unexpected footsteps outside ranger cabins, solitary hikers approaching observation posts without prior notification, even innocent campers exploring beyond designated areas. Over years of wilderness service, I've encountered various individuals choosing isolation over society. Military veterans processing combat experiences, environmental activists protesting development, individuals experiencing mental health challenges, finding nature more accommodating than human institutions. These encounters provided contextual understanding unavailable to my childhood self, illuminating potential motivations beyond simplistic criminal classification. Recently, while supervising trail maintenance in a particularly remote canyon sector, I discovered something both disturbing and illuminating. Beneath an overhang cleverly concealed by natural vegetation, a small shelter contained journals dating from the early 1990s through 2001. The handwriting, initially organized but deteriorating toward final entries, documented sustained wilderness habitation by a single individual. These writings detailed progressive disconnection from conventional society following financial collapse and family disintegration. The author, identified only as observer, initially sought temporary wilderness refuge before developing alternative perspective regarding human behavior patterns. His journals recorded campsite observations spanning multiple years, including detailed assessments of various family interactions exhibited during recreational activities. Most entries maintained clinical distance, analyzing rather than engaging with subjects under observation. Occasionally, however, entries revealed interventions, equipment repairs completed while campers slept, supplies repositioned to improve functionality, even theft prevention through intimidation of potential criminals targeting vulnerable sites. Among hundreds of documented observations, I discovered entry dated October 1994, describing family matching our composition. Parents, 2 boys, younger girl, and 2 dogs in vintage olive canvas tent. The observer noted our efficient setup, appropriate fire management, and genuine familial connection unusual among temporary visitors. His subsequent entry detailed nighttime approach, initially intended as typical observation, before discovering our awareness through canine alertness. The narrative described retreat following dog vocalization, followed by return after our hasty departure to organize abandoned equipment, preventing animal damage or exposure deterioration. The final paragraph contained unexpected perspective. The military father understood, saw recognition in his assessment immediately upon return. Territorial respect, the foundational wilderness principle most recreational visitors never comprehend. Left the boys' collection where certainly discovered. Important lessons require meaningful illustrations. Reading these words produced complex emotional response, validation of childhood perceptions, alongside disturbing confirmation that our experience represented deliberate educational intention rather than random encounter. Sue. The Canyon Watchman had selected our family for demonstration, using fear as instructional methodology for reasons comprehensible only within his isolated value system. I've never shared this discovery with my family members, though occasionally I've contemplated its potential impact on their long-term processing. Would confirmation of deliberate targeting increase lingering anxiety, or would contextual explanation provide resolution to unanswered questions? The journal's existence remains unofficial, documented in personal records rather than departmental reports. During family gatherings, conversation occasionally revisits that night when prompted by camping references or childhood reminiscence. These discussions now feature more curiosity than apprehension, analytical distance replacing emotional immediacy. We debate motivations, consider alternative explanations, even acknowledge potential benefits from early exposure to wilderness complexity. It changed how I approach isolation, Patrick remarked during recent holiday reunion. Made me more prepared, more aware of surroundings. Probably saved me from genuine danger during remote research expeditions. Taught me that fear serves evolutionary purpose, my father added, his military pragmatism unchanged by retirement years. Being afraid when appropriate keeps you alive. My mother's perspective emphasized different dimension. It showed me that wilderness isn't just beautiful views and nice experiences. It's complex and sometimes challenging, like everything valuable in life. For me, the experience created career trajectory focused on wilderness education, emphasizing genuine respect rather than superficial recreation. My ranger presentations highlight appropriate balance between appreciation and caution, advocating preparedness without promoting paranoia. Occasionally, when speaking with particularly receptive groups, I reference the Canyon Watchman as unnamed cautionary example of boundaries between wilderness engagement and potentially harmful disconnection. The experience remains fundamental reference point, separating childhood's protected perception from more complex adult understanding. That single night, comprising mere hours and decades-long lifespan, permanently altered my relationship with darkness, isolation, and human unpredictability. The footsteps circling our tent continue echoing through memory, attenuated by time but never completely silenced. When I occasionally pass our former campsite during patrol rotations, I observe how completely nature has reclaimed any evidence of our presence or hasty departure. The clearing remains, perpetually renewed by seasonal cycles, indifferent to human narratives constructed around its geography. The creek continues its journey toward larger watersheds, carrying mountain minerals toward distant valleys with unchanging purpose. Sometimes during these visits, I imagine alternative developments, our family remaining unaware of nocturnal visitation, completing planned weekend activities without interruption, departing with exclusively positive memories. This parallel possibility exists only in imagination, overshadowed by actual experience that forever altered our perception of wilderness and its inhabitants. Yet I recognize this alteration as education rather than damage, expanded awareness rather than diminished appreciation. The mountains never promise safety, only authenticity, a covenant upheld through both beautiful vistas and frightening encounters. Their indifference toward human presence constitutes neither cruelty nor kindness, but fundamental characteristic defining wilderness itself. Even now, when darkness descends on remote campsites where professional responsibilities position me, I occasionally find myself listening for rhythmic footsteps circling protective barriers. The sound rarely materializes except in dream states or memory fragments, yet its potential existence remains acknowledged companion to wilderness experience. This awareness represents neither paranoia nor trauma resolution, but integrated understanding, recognition that natural environments contain multiple realities, simultaneously present yet differently perceived. The Canyon Watchman emerged from wilderness depths, carrying perspective incomprehensible within conventional frameworks, reflecting mountain shadows existing independent of illumination, yet equally fundamental to landscape composition. As autumn colors again transform mountainsides into brilliant displays attracting recreational visitors, I observe families establishing temporary residences in designated campsites. Their excited children explore perimeters while parents construct contemporary shelters equipped with technological comforts unavailable during my childhood. Watching their innocent enjoyment, I occasionally wonder whether unseen observers still monitor from concealed positions, evaluating interaction patterns according to wilderness values developed in isolation. The possibility seems simultaneously disturbing and somehow appropriate. The mountains maintaining mysterious dimension beyond recreational categorization. If such observation occurs, I hope it remains distant assessment rather than direct intervention. Yet part of me acknowledges educational value in occasional boundary illustration. Controlled exposure to wilderness complexity beyond scenic appreciation. Perhaps certain fundamental understandings require emotional impact beyond intellectual presentation, meaningful lessons illustrated through experiences that permanently alter perception. The rhythmic sound of footsteps circling protective barriers in darkness contains educational dimensions impossible to convey through conventional instruction. Some wilderness lessons can only be properly learned through direct experience, regardless of resulting discomfort or temporary fear. I continue monitoring mountain pathways in professional capacity, maintaining appropriate boundaries between wilderness and recreation, natural processes and human intervention. Each season brings new visitors seeking connection with environments increasingly absent from modern existence. I facilitate these connections while maintaining awareness of their inherent complexity, the simultaneous presence of beauty and potential danger, splendor and shadow, illumination and darkness. When I hear boots crunching forest detritus during patrol rounds, I remember that single childhood night when wilderness revealed dimension beyond scenic backdrop, the potential for hidden presence operating according to unfamiliar parameters. The memory no longer triggers panic but serves as reminder of mountain authenticity beyond cultivated presentation. The footsteps circle eternally in memory, their rhythmic progression marking transition between childhood's protected perception and adult's complex understanding. I listen for their approach not with fear, but recognition, awareness that wilderness contains mystery alongside beauty, darkness alongside illumination, and occasionally, watching eyes evaluating our worthiness from beyond firelight's comforting perimeter. The decision to hike alone through the Black Rock Mountain wilderness seemed reasonable at the time. I'd been camping since childhood and had completed several solo treks before. This particular trail in northern Arizona was challenging but documented. Remote enough to escape weekend crowds but established enough to follow. Or so I thought. The Navajo Nation lands bordering this wilderness have always been steeped in warnings. Tales passed down through generations about creatures that stalk unwary travelers. I'd heard these stories during previous trips through the Southwest, but attributed them to cultural folklore designed to keep people respectful of sacred lands. My plan was simple. 5 days of backcountry hiking, documenting plant species for my graduate research. I'd mapped the route carefully, packed appropriately, and left detailed plans with both the ranger station and my advisor. Standard protocol for solo wilderness excursions. Day 1 passed uneventfully. The autumn air carried that distinctive pine scent as I climbed steadily higher into the mountains. By late afternoon, I'd reached the first designated camping area, a small clearing near a seasonal stream that still held water despite the dry summer. Setting up camp became second nature years ago. Tent positioned on level ground away from widowmakers, food stored properly, basic campfire built in an existing ring. I recorded the day's observations in my journal before darkness fell completely. My headlamp cast weak light against the growing shadows as I finished my notations about the juniper variations I'd documented. That first night, I slept deeply, the kind of exhausted sleep that follows physical exertion in mountain air. But sometime in the darkest hours, I woke suddenly, alert in a way that felt primal rather than conscious. Something had changed in the forest's ambient sounds. The normal chirps, rustles, and distant calls had ceased completely. Anyone who spent time in wilderness knows this silence isn't natural. It signals predator presence. I lay still, controlling my breathing, listening intently. Then I heard it. Footsteps circling my campsite, deliberate but not quite human. The cadence was off, the weight distribution strange, and they moved quickly, too quickly for someone navigating unfamiliar terrain in darkness. My first thought was bear, but bears don't move with that kind of purpose. Mountain lion? Possible, but something felt wrong about that too. I reached slowly for my bear spray, clutching it as the footsteps completed a circuit around my campsite before stopping directly behind my tent. I could sense a presence there, someone or something standing motionless, watching. The nylon barrier between us suddenly seemed absurdly inadequate. I controlled my breathing, fighting against instinctive panic. The standoff continued for what felt like hours but was likely only minutes. Then came the sound that still haunts me, a low vocalization that approximated human speech but wasn't quite right. Like someone learning to talk by mimicking without understanding. It sounded like my name, but distorted. By morning, I convinced myself I'd experienced some hybrid of dream and natural wilderness sounds. The rational mind works over time to normalize the inexplicable. I noted unusual track patterns near my tent, human-shaped but with abnormal stride length and depth. Probably my own tracks, misinterpreted through lingering fear, I reasoned. I debated abandoning the trip but decided against it. My research was important, and I'd experienced wilderness anxiety before. I packed methodically and continued deeper into the mountains, following my planned route toward higher elevation. The autumn sun warmed my shoulders as I hiked, and daylight rationality began replacing nighttime fears. I couldn't know then that each step took me further from safety and deeper into territory where ancient warnings still carried weight. I couldn't know that what I'd experienced was merely an introduction, a first encounter with something that had already begun hunting me. By mid-afternoon on the second day, I'd reached an elevation where ponderosa pines gave way to aspen groves. The white trunks created natural columns against azure sky, leaves trembling in the slight breeze. I'd made good progress despite setting out later than planned, covering nearly 8 miles of steadily climbing terrain. The trail had grown less defined, requiring occasional checks against my topographical map and GPS. Cell service had disappeared hours ago. Expected and accounted for in my safety planning, I was approximately 14 miles from the nearest access road, deep in backcountry that few hikers ventured into, especially this late in the season. I stopped at a small clearing to document several unusual fungal formations when I noticed the first anomaly. Scratched into several aspen trunks were symbols, not the typical initials or hearts carved by hikers, but deliberate patterns that appeared intentional yet indecipherable. Some resembled crude stick figures with elongated limbs, others geometric shapes arranged in sequences. My first thought was that I'd stumbled upon indigenous markings, perhaps boundary indicators. I photographed several for later research, careful not to disturb them. As I continued hiking, the symbols appeared with increasing frequency, some appearing quite fresh compared to others faded with time. Around 4 p.m., I reached my planned campsite near a high alpine lake. The spot offered natural shelter with stunning views of surrounding ridgelines. I established camp methodically, noting increased wind as dark clouds gathered over western peaks. The weather report had mentioned possible thunderstorms, common in these mountains during transition seasons. While gathering firewood before sunset, I discovered something unsettling. A small arrangement of bones formed into a pattern similar to the symbols I'd seen carved in trees. The bones appeared to be from small animals, arranged with obvious human intent. Hunting remnants seemed unlikely given the deliberate positioning. More disturbing was how recent it appeared. No dust coverage, no weather deterioration. Someone had been here within days, perhaps hours. I reminded myself other hikers occasionally ventured here despite the remoteness. Perhaps geology students or environmental researchers? As darkness approached, the promised storm arrived with theatrical intensity. Lightning illuminated the landscape in frozen moments, thunder following with physical force. Rain became hail, then driving rain again. I retreated to my tent, grateful for its reliable waterproofing. That's when I heard what sounded like whispered conversations outside. At first, I attributed it to wind playing through nearby rock formations or water running through newly formed channels. But as I listened more intentionally, patterns emerged that suggested language, not English or any language I recognized, but definitely communication. And it seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. The whispers continued intermittently throughout the storm, sometimes seeming just outside my tent, other times distant. Occasionally they mimicked natural sounds, water flowing, branches breaking, before returning to their pseudo-linguistic patterns. I checked my equipment multiple times, looking for some explanation. Radio interference on my emergency beacon, perhaps. Everything functioned normally. I even stepped outside briefly during a lull in the rain, scanning the area with my headlamp. Nothing visible, yet the whispers continued, now seeming to come from the forest edge. I retreated inside, telling myself exhaustion combined with storm acoustics was creating auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find familiar patterns in random stimulus. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, studied. The night passed fitfully. I dozed between storm cells, waking frequently to that sense of observation. During one waking period, I glanced toward the tent door and found myself paralyzed momentarily by what appeared to be a silhouette standing there, a figure illuminated by distant lightning, observing me through the thin material. By morning, rational explanation reasserted itself. The storm had caused minor flooding near the lake, explaining unusual sounds. The silhouette must have been a tree branch casting shadows. The bone arrangement likely left by previous campers. Everything had logical explanations. Yet when I emerged from my tent to survey the area, I discovered footprints in the mud surrounding my campsite, dozens of them circling repeatedly, coming to my tent's entrance, then departing. Some appeared human, others disturbingly not, and scattered among the tracks were fresh bone arrangements, identical to what I'd found the previous evening. I stood motionless, processing implications. Someone, or multiple people, had surrounded my tent during the night while I dozed fitfully inside, watching, listening, leaving deliberate signs of their presence. And I was still 2 days from the nearest trailhead. The morning brought clearer weather but clouded judgment. I debated my options while breaking camp with mechanical efficiency. The research importance battled with growing unease. Logic suggested heading back toward civilization, abandoning the original route and taking the most direct path to the eastern trailhead. According to my map, that meant following Blackwater Creek downstream through increasingly rugged terrain rather than continuing the planned loop. I packed thoroughly, leaving no trace of my presence, not out of typical wilderness etiquette, but from a growing sense that Leaving evidence of my movements might be unwise. The bone arrangements I gathered and buried, though I couldn't articulate why this felt necessary rather than simply leaving them. The descent began straightforwardly enough. The first few miles followed recognizable trail along ridgelines offering expansive views. I maintained a faster pace than normal, checking behind me frequently, though the broad vistas confirmed I was alone in the visible landscape. By midday, I'd descended nearly 2,000 feet in elevation. The trail grew less defined as it entered denser forest, approaching the creek drainage. Navigation required closer attention to topographical features rather than established pathway. The creek itself emerged gradually, first as intermittent seeps, then consistent flow, finally a respectable stream cutting through increasingly vertical terrain. I paused at a landmark boulder to check coordinates and eat something. The temperature had dropped noticeably in the drainage, shadows lengthening despite being hours from sunset. As I rechecked my route, I noticed something odd about the map, or rather about the terrain compared to my map. The drainage I followed didn't quite match what was documented. The creek bent eastward sooner than indicated, and rock formations appeared where none were marked. Initially, I attributed this to standard mapping limitations. Even detailed topographical maps simplify complex landscapes. But after another hour of hiking, the discrepancies became impossible to ignore. According to my GPS, I was directly on my planned route, yet the physical landscape increasingly diverged from documentation. Side drainages appeared where none were mapped. The main creek now cascaded through a series of small waterfalls unmarked on any resource I carried. More concerning were the changes in vegetation. Species appeared that shouldn't exist at this elevation or ecological zone. Plants I recognized from desert regions now growing alongside alpine varieties, creating impossible biome overlaps. I stopped to document this anomaly, photographing several examples. That's when I noticed the first dead animal, a deer lying awkwardly among rocks near the creek. As a biologist, I'm accustomed to encountering mortality in wilderness. What made this concerning was the condition: no apparent cause of death, no predation marks, yet desiccated as though dead for weeks. Yet the eyes appeared unnaturally fresh, and no scavenger had touched it. I continued downstream, now documenting multiple ecological irregularities. The creek itself had developed a slightly iridescent surface quality that couldn't be attributed to natural mineral content. Small fish floated dead in eddies, displaying the same paradoxical preservation state as the deer. Around 3 p.m., I encountered another creek joining from the north, creating a confluence unmarked on any map. This presented a navigation dilemma: which waterway to follow? Logic suggested the larger flow, but neither matched my documented route anymore. As I evaluated options, I became aware of being watched. Nothing visible, nothing audible. Just that primal certainty of observation that humans retain from earlier evolutionary stages. I scanned surrounding forest and rock faces methodically. That's when I saw the first figure, partially obscured by foliage approximately 200 yards upslope. Human-sized but oddly proportioned, observing me with unnatural stillness. When I raised my binoculars, it retreated with startling speed, moving in a quadrupedal gait no human could replicate. I told myself, ranger, hunter, another hiker. But the movement pattern defied human biomechanics. Perhaps illness or injury explaining the unusual locomotion. Perhaps mountain lion, though the upright initial posture contradicted this. I chose the eastern fork arbitrarily, moving with renewed urgency. The canyon narrowed dramatically, cliff walls rising vertically from creek edges, eliminating alternative routes. I was committed to this path now, correct or not. By late afternoon, I faced a serious decision. Daylight would fail within hours, but suitable camping locations seemed non-existent in the narrowing canyon. The creek had swollen significantly despite no recent rainfall, now occupying most of the canyon floor. Forward progress required repeated stream crossings, soaking boots, and increasing hypothermia risk as temperatures dropped. Then I spotted it, approximately 400 yards ahead, a large clearing elevated slightly above the creek. Even from distance, I could see rock formations creating natural windbreaks. A viable campsite, perhaps my only option before darkness. As I approached, details emerged that stopped me mid-stride. The clearing showed obvious signs of historical human activity, not modern campers, but something more permanent and purposeful. Stone configurations forming perfect circles, remnants of structures unlike any indigenous ruins I'd studied in the Southwest. And most alarmingly, similar bone arrangements to what I'd found at my previous camp, but on much larger scale. Hundreds of individual placements forming complex patterns across the entire clearing. Camping there suddenly seemed unthinkable, but continuing through unknown canyon terrain and fading light carried its own dangers. I stood frozen by indecision as shadows lengthened across the canyon floor, weighing impossible options while increasingly certain I was being observed from multiple positions along the ridgelines above. The decision was made for me when I glimpsed multiple figures moving with that same unnatural gait along both canyon rims, converging toward my position. I chose immediate movement over paralysis, pushing forward past the clearing, deeper into unknown territory as true darkness began to fall. Darkness in remote canyons is absolute. Without moonlight, the world contracts to whatever your artificial light can illuminate. A bubble of visibility surrounded by perfect black. I moved steadily downstream, headlamp beam reflecting off water and canyon walls, creating disorienting patterns of light and shadow. The technical demands of creek navigation required full attention, testing rocks before committing weight, maintaining balance against current, avoiding drops and undercuts. This hyperfocus became almost meditative, temporarily displacing deeper fears. I'd given up consulting my map or GPS. Whatever terrain I traversed no longer corresponded to documented geography. Navigation simplified to following water downstream, assuming it eventually reached civilization. Basic wilderness principles: water flows downhill, downstream leads to larger waterways lead to human settlement. Around what I estimated to be 8 p.m., the canyon widened slightly, revealing what appeared to be an abandoned mining operation. Rusted equipment partially reclaimed by vegetation, collapsed timber supports, narrow-gauge rail segments emerging from a dark tunnel entrance. Not unusual in these mountains with their rich extraction history, yet completely undocumented on any map I carried. The site offered shelter possibilities, structures more stable than they initially appeared. After careful inspection, I selected a small equipment shed with intact roof and walls positioned with good sightlines toward surrounding approaches. Not comfortable, but defensible and hidden. I established minimal camp without fire, consuming cold rations while straining to differentiate natural night sounds from potential pursuit. The temperature dropped rapidly as canyon breeze intensified, carrying unfamiliar scents, something mineral yet organic that defied categorization. I positioned emergency equipment within reach: satellite beacon, bear spray, signal flares, knife, then settled against the back wall where I could observe the single entrance while remaining invisible from outside. Sleep came in disconnected fragments, hypervigilance interrupting normal cycles. During one waking period, I heard distinctive movement outside, not animal, not wind. Deliberate exploration of the abandoned site. Metal scraped against metal. Something heavy dragged across gravel. Voices communicated in that same approximation of language I'd heard before. Structured sounds conveying meaning but entirely unfamiliar. I controlled breathing, minimized movement, maintained absolute silence. The explorers approached my shelter, paused outside. Something scraped against exterior walls, investigating, testing. I clutched my bear spray, knowing its psychological comfort exceeded practical value against unknown threat. The door latch moved slightly, tested from outside. I prepared for confrontation, rehearsing limited options. The testing stopped. Silence extended uncomfortably. Then came a sound directly above. Movement across the roof, something examining the structure from above. Dust drifted down as boards flexed under weight. Then abrupt departure, multiple entities moving away with that distinctive gait I'd observed earlier. Not running, but covering ground with unnatural efficiency. Their departure sounds faded gradually, suggesting movement up canyon rather than downstream. I remained motionless for over an hour before allowing myself shallow breath. Dawn remained distant. The remainder of night stretched impossibly before me. I focused on controlling physiological response to fear, regulating breathing, relaxing specific muscle groups, maintaining rational thought processes. Exhaustion eventually overcame vigilance. I dozed fitfully, waking to filtered gray light entering through cracks in the structure. Morning had arrived, bringing temporary reprieve through simple visibility. I examined the site cautiously before emerging. The abandoned mining operation appeared differently in daylight. Older than first assessment, weather damage more extensive. And throughout the entire complex, those same symbols I'd seen carved in trees now marked various surfaces. Etched in metal, carved in wood, arranged in stone. Most disturbing were fresh tracks surrounding my shelter. Numerous distinct patterns converging from multiple directions. Some approximated human footprints, but wrong somehow. Toe arrangement incorrect. Weight distribution impossible. Others defied categorization completely. Most concerning was what I found just outside the door. My own hiking boot print from the previous evening, perfectly surrounded by a larger print that appeared to have been made simultaneously, as though something had stepped precisely where I had, but larger, directly behind me. Something had followed my exact path, matching me step for step without my awareness. I gathered my equipment with mechanical efficiency, consumed minimal calories, and resumed downstream movement with renewed urgency. The canyon continued widening, suggesting approach to valley terrain. Civilization couldn't be far ahead. That's when I discovered the first human remains. The remains lay partially exposed where erosion had cut through an embankment, a distinctive curve of cranium emerging from dark soil. Years of fieldwork had familiarized me with such accidental discoveries in wilderness. Archaeological sites throughout these mountains contain ancestral evidence spanning thousands of years. But as I investigated more closely, disturbing details emerged. The exposure was recent, soil freshly eroded by last night's creek rise, and the remains themselves presented impossible contradictions. The bone coloration and mineralization suggested significant age, centuries at minimum. Yet remnants of modern synthetic fabric adhered to several segments. A weathered leather hiking boot, manufactured within the past decade, still contained foot bones. My scientific training battled with growing horror as I documented the site. The remains appeared to have been processed rather than naturally decomposed. Long bones broken at specific angles for marrow extraction. Cut marks indicating deliberate disarticulation rather than scavenger activity, and portions had been arranged in now familiar symbolic patterns before burial. I should have contacted authorities immediately. In normal circumstances, I would have marked the location, hiked to cellular service, and reported the discovery. But normal parameters had already shattered. I no longer knew my precise location relative to documented geography. And increasingly, I questioned whether reaching out was still possible along my current trajectory. I photographed everything methodically, then continued downstream with renewed urgency. The canyon gradually widened into genuine valley terrain, creek merging with larger waterway. Vegetation transitioned toward riparian species, consistent with lower elevation. Normal ecological progression resumed, temporarily reassuring. Around midday, I encountered the first evidence of contemporary human presence, maintained trail signage indicating junction with established wilderness route. According to the weathered marker, I was approximately 7 miles from the nearest trailhead. Impossible given my starting location and travel distance, yet welcome information regardless of geographical contradiction. The established trail brought considerable relief. Whatever anomalous territory I'd traversed now appeared behind me. I maintained rapid pace while carefully scanning surroundings, vigilance undiminished despite apparent return to documented wilderness. That vigilance revealed subtle but growing abnormalities. Trail maintenance appeared neglected far beyond standard backcountry norms, blowdowns uncleared for multiple seasons, erosion unchecked, signage deteriorated beyond normal weathering. No boot prints visible despite this being a supposedly popular route. Late afternoon brought my first clear view of distant horizon, revealing smoke columns rising from approximately where the trailhead community should be located. Not small campfire smoke, but massive plumes suggesting structural fires across extensive area. I checked repeatedly for cellular service, finding none despite approaching civilization. My satellite beacon activated normally according to its indicators, but no confirmation signals returned. Both suggested significant infrastructure disruption ahead rather than typical backcountry communication limitations. As daylight waned, I encountered the crashed vehicle. A Forest Service truck overturned beside the trail, extensively damaged as though rolled repeatedly from the parallel access road visible through trees. Investigation revealed keys still in ignition, driver's side door open. Blood had dried on steering column and dashboard. No occupants present, but drag marks led from the vehicle into surrounding forest. This discovery demanded difficult decision. Darkness approached rapidly. The trailhead reportedly lay several hours ahead, condition unknown. The vehicle offered shelter potential, but also suggested recent violence. Wilderness camping carried its own risks given previous experiences. I chose continued movement, using remaining daylight to cover maximum distance. The trail widened into genuine access road, gravel initially, then deteriorating asphalt indicating imminent civilization. Structures appeared through trees as sunset color painted western sky, the scattered cabins representing classic rural mountain community. No lights visible despite growing darkness, no chimney smoke despite dropping temperatures, no movement visible anywhere. I approached cautiously, hyper-aware of exposure after days in concealing forest. The first cabin appeared abandoned long-term, windows broken, vegetation partially reclaiming walls. The second showed contradictory evidence, obvious neglect alongside recent human activity. Door standing open, fresh boot prints and dust. Food remains from recent meals. The small community presented increasingly disturbing tableau as I investigated systematically, evidence suggesting abrupt mass departure or removal. Vehicles remained parked outside homes. Personal belongings lay where dropped. One residence contained dining table set for meal never eaten. Most concerning were the now familiar symbols, carved into doors, painted across windows, arranged in stone circles in precisely measured distances around community perimeter. Not ancient markings, but recently created, some still showing wet paint. The valley had darkened completely. I selected the most secure structure, concrete municipal building with functional door locks and minimal windows. The emergency generator functioned after basic maintenance, providing light and rudimentary heat. I established defensive position in interior room, barricaded access points, and inventoried available resources. The building's purpose became clear through investigation. Ranger Station and Emergency Services Center for surrounding wilderness. Maps confirming my impossible location. Communication equipment damaged beyond repair. Logbooks containing increasingly frantic entries describing events paralleling my own experiences. The final entry, dated just 3 days prior, remains seared in memory. They've surrounded the entire valley. No communication getting out. Residents gathered here, but supplies limited. They don't come in daylight, but each night they take more. Always the same pattern. Symbols appear, then whispering starts, then they come. God help anyone still in the mountains right now. I spent that night listening to the whispering start as darkness deepened, watching shadows move past windows with familiar yet impossible gait, hearing scratching at doors and walls as symbols gradually appeared across every surface, visible from my barricaded position. And I understood with perfect clarity that I hadn't escaped anything by reaching this community. I'd simply arrived where others had already experienced what now pursued me. Dawn arrived with merciful light and temporary silence. I emerged cautiously from my barricaded position, systematically checking building security before approaching windows. The community appeared unchanged in morning light, abandoned, silent, surrounded by wilderness that suddenly seemed more adversary than refuge. The communications equipment remained non-functional despite hours of attempted repair. Vehicle keys discovered in the ranger station offered theoretical escape, but investigation revealed sabotage to every government vehicle. Fuel lines cut, engines partially disassembled, tires slashed. Someone had methodically eliminated evacuation options. The ranger station records provided context for my experienced anomalies. Incident reports documented progressive events over preceding months, unusual wildlife behavior initially, then unexplained disappearances of hikers and hunters. Local indigenous consultations regarding historical spiritual boundaries. Geological survey teams reporting equipment failures and mapping inconsistencies in surrounding wilderness, exactly matching my own experiences. Most valuable were the maps, detailed Forest Service documents showing my impossible journey. According to verified geographical data, the canyon system I'd traversed didn't exist as navigated. The mining operation I'd sheltered in had been abandoned in the 1940s, then deliberately collapsed and sealed following unexplained worker disappearances. The symbols I'd encountered were documented in anthropological records as territorial markings used by indigenous cultures to denote forbidden areas, places where boundaries between worlds had thinned. I was gathering supplies for attempted evacuation when I discovered the radio, not standard Forest Service equipment, but military-grade emergency communication system connected to independent power supply. The operation instructions indicated satellite connectivity, functioning on dedicated channels regardless of local infrastructure. It took nearly an hour to establish transmission protocols. When connection finally confirmed, I provided comprehensive emergency information, location, situation assessment, number of potential survivors, threat evaluation. The response came immediately, voice calm but response concerning. Confirmed visual on your location. Evacuation assets dispatched, but earliest arrival 0600 tomorrow. Secure position established in municipal building. Maintain current protocols until extraction. Be advised. Maximum security containment procedures implemented for your location following incident classification. Define current symbol status surrounding your position. I described the symbols systematically, locations, patterns, chronology of appearance. The extended silence following my description communicated more than subsequent words. Symbols indicate active hunting phase. Recommend immediate relocation from municipal building. Previous extraction attempts failed when symbols reached current configuration. Alternative shelter recommendations follow. The voice provided coordinates to nearby cave system, apparently offering defensive advantages against what hunted here. According to military assessment, the entities followed consistent pattern, symbolic marking, isolation of prey through infrastructure disruption, individual extraction over multiple nights, eventually taking entire communities. The cave system apparently disrupted their hunting methods through natural geological properties. If I could reach it before sunset, extraction team had higher probability of successful recovery. Estimated survival increased from 15% to 65% with recommended relocation. I gathered essential supplies, documented all findings for potential future evidence, and departed the relative security of the municipal building with profound reluctance. The coordinates indicated cave entrance approximately 4.5 miles northwest, reachable before sunset with immediate departure and direct route. The community appeared different in broad daylight, evidence of struggle more apparent. Blood traces visible where darkness had concealed them, drag marks leading from multiple buildings toward surrounding forest. Most disturbing were fresh symbols appearing on previously unmarked surfaces, even as I watched, materializing gradually as though being carved by invisible hands. The route northwest led uphill through increasingly thick forest. I maintained rapid pace while documenting key landmarks for potential return navigation. The military coordinates proved precise, limestone cliff face emerging through vegetation at exactly the described location, narrow entrance partially concealed by natural rockfall. The cave interior extended deep into mountain, evidence of previous human occupation immediately apparent. Modern emergency supplies stacked methodically. Communications equipment installed but currently non-functional. Most concerning were defensive preparations. Improvised barriers, weapons positioned at strategic points, observation platforms constructed at narrow passages. Someone had prepared for siege here. Recently, I established security according to military protocol instructions, barricading entrance while maintaining observation point. As sunset approached, I witnessed the hunting pattern begin exactly as described, symbols appearing across visible landscape first, followed by whispered communications from multiple directions, finally shadowed movements becoming gradually more visible as darkness deepened. They no longer concealed their presence or approach. They moved directly toward my position with obvious intent and coordination. Their forms remained difficult to perceive clearly. Something in their movement and structure resisted direct observation, as though existing partially in peripheral vision regardless of direct focus. What could be observed contradicted biological possibility. Limb structures allowing impossible locomotion, physical proportions, defying anatomical constraints. They maintained distance initially, establishing perimeter around cave entrance rather than attempting immediate breach. The military instructions had emphasized maintaining complete silence after sunset. Any human vocalization apparently triggered immediate aggression. I complied absolutely, controlling breathing through techniques practiced during previous encounters. Hours passed in silent standoff. Their movements became increasingly animated around midnight. Agitation or excitement communicated through that same approximate language. Something had changed in their behavior pattern. The satellite radio activated unexpectedly, automatic transmission cutting through silence with mechanical precision. Extraction team compromised. Alternative assets redirected. Estimated arrival revised to approximately 48 hours. Maintain current position. Under no circumstances attempt self-extraction before sunrise. Re-establish communication at 600 for updated protocols. The transmission brevity suggested emergency communication constraints, likely recorded message dispatched automatically rather than live operator. The content confirmed worst fears. Whatever hunted here had intercepted professional military extraction team. My survival probability had just diminished catastrophically. The entities reacted immediately to the transmission, behavior shifting from containment to direct aggression. They approached cave entrance with coordinated purpose, testing defensive barriers systematically while maintaining constant vocalization. Their language had shifted to include recognizable elements, English words interspersed with their own communication, likely learned from previous victims. They called my name with perfect pronunciation. They described the municipal building where I'd hidden previously. They recited coordinates of my original hiking route. They knew everything about me, my movements, my purpose here. They began dismantling external barriers with methodical efficiency, not frenzied assault, but deliberate deconstruction. Their physical capabilities became increasingly apparent, strength exceeding human limitations, dexterity allowing manipulation of complex mechanisms, problem-solving intelligence directing coordinated effort. I retreated deeper into cave system, establishing secondary defensive position at narrowest passage. If they breached initial barriers, this choke point offered final advantage, allowing single-direction defense against limited front approach. The night progressed through cycles of assault and temporary withdrawal. Each progressive breach brought them closer to my position. Each withdrawal seemed calculated rather than defeated, assessment rather than retreat. They were learning the cave system's defensive properties, adapting methods accordingly. By pre-dawn hours, they had penetrated approximately 70% of established defenses. My position had compressed to final defensive perimeter. Their vocalizations had evolved to nearly perfect English, now communicating clear intent rather than approximated mimicry. We've taken everyone else. The symbols mark our territory. This has always been ours. You're studying plants that grow from what remains of those who came before. Your government knows. They've always known. They send people here to feed us, maintain the boundary. You were selected before you ever planned your hike. Dawn approached with agonizing slowness. According to military protocol, they would retreat with first direct sunlight, seemingly unable to maintain physical manifestation in daylight hours. If defensive position held until sunrise, temporary reprieve would allow reassessment and communication with redirected extraction assets. The final barrier failed approximately 20 minutes before sunrise. I maintained defensive position with improvised weapons, no longer attempting concealment or passive resistance. Their forms became partially visible in the cave's darkness, contradicting anatomical possibility while suggesting human origin, as though something had restructured human physiology toward different evolutionary purpose. They moved like humans who had adapted to quadrupedal locomotion over generations. Sunrise arrived with literal salvation. Direct light penetrating cave entrance and driving immediate retreat. Their departure carried the same methodical quality as their assault, not panic but tactical withdrawal with clear intent to return. They left additional symbols carved throughout cave interior, territorial markings establishing ownership despite temporary withdrawal. Military communication resumed precisely at 0600 as promised, live operator this time rather than recorded message. Extraction assets arriving approximately 0900 tomorrow. Containment procedure implemented along valley perimeter. Be advised. Extraction classified as contamination risk protocol. Prepare for full quarantine upon recovery. The implications required no explanation. Whatever had happened in this valley, whatever hunted here, whatever I'd witnessed, extended beyond isolated wilderness anomaly. The military response indicated established protocol for known phenomenon rather than exploratory intervention for new threat. I had 1 day remaining before potential extraction. 1 day to document everything for potential future evidence. 1 night to survive in deteriorating defensive position against entities who now directly communicated their intent and demonstrated progressive adaptation to defensive measures. As I record these final observations while daylight remains, I retain minimal optimism regarding extraction success. The entities have demonstrated ability to intercept professional military teams. My defensive position has been systematically compromised. The cave system no longer offers significant advantage given their learned countermeasures. If extraction fails, this documentation may provide valuable intelligence for subsequent containment efforts. The entities appear territorial rather than expansionist, maintaining established boundaries marked through symbolic communication. They exhibit progressive learning capability and environmental adaptation. They utilize psychological warfare tactics alongside physical assault. They appear capable of absorbing knowledge from those they take. Night approaches with mathematical certainty. I've established final defensive position at cave entrance rather than interior, optimizing potential extraction access rather than prolonging inevitable compromise. The satellite radio remains functional, monitoring extraction team progress. Their approach vector suggests aerial insertion rather than ground transportation, logical given territorial control demonstrated by entities. The sun touches western horizon now. I observe familiar pattern initiating across visible landscape, symbols manifesting on previously unmarked surfaces, whispered communication beginning from multiple directions simultaneously. Their territorial boundaries expand with each progressive night. The symbols appearing now cover considerably more area than previous manifestations. I will maintain observation and documentation as long as circumstances allow. If extraction succeeds, subsequent debriefing will include all recorded evidence and personal testimony. If extraction fails, this record may provide crucial intelligence for understanding what hunts in these mountains. Final observation, as last direct sunlight fades, they've changed their approach pattern tonight. They're not surrounding the cave as previously established. They're forming reception line along projected aerial insertion route. They're anticipating extraction methodology and positioning to intercept. They're learning. The whispers have started. They're saying my name.